bit. You've done this before. If you've not done it, well, this is your chance. So we're going to do some jumping jacks. Martin, are you ready? Some jumping jacks. Let's go. We ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Everybody, let's go. Come on. Hey, 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 hey. Everybody, everybody, everybody. Come on. Woo! Okay, let's go. Flow to the right. Let's go. Let's go. Now get ready to give some 15 people a big high five. You better run around 15 people in 15 seconds. Give them a big high five. Come on. Let's go. Run over the place. 15 people. Well done. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Hey, 4. Come on, everybody. Woo! Hey, 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 hey. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Karibuni, karibuni, karibuni. Fantastic. Now wherever you are, feel free, feel free. Come on, this is
not a one-off event, but it is emerged and now a valued platform for dialogue in the sector. GIZ, through its agricultural and rural development portfolio, is proud to support this event, and we have been doing that for quite some time, but also to contribute in other ways to Kenya's agricultural transformation. Our programs span income generation, youth employment, natural resource management, climate change mitigation, and of course food security. So covering really across all the agricultural sector. Over the years, we were managing to collaborate with more than 1.1 million farmers throughout Kenya with a focus of degraded land, guided by the National Soil Management Policy and also the agroecology policy. And we are also proud, and I think this is more relevant to this meeting, that we have mentored more than 1,000 young agri-entrepreneurs who maybe one day will become also ASNET members. Together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, and of course other development partners and stakeholders in Kenya, we believe that progress in the sector depends on many elements and needs a strong and conducive policy framework, elaborate. And I was very happy to just also witness a discussion we had before the meeting where this was just discussed. We are happy to be a partner in the development of Kenya's input subsidy policy to ensure smart, targeted use of subsidies that involve the private sector while protecting the environment. I think nobody can underestimate the importance of the private sector in this journey. It accounts for the figures, and much of it is really rooted in agriculture. Unlocking this potential is crucial for driving inclusive growth, economic opportunity, and also resilience. Again, let me repeat, this is why we are very proud to be a long-standing partner of ASNET, who has organized this event today, and support this summit as a vital platform to align strategies, share innovations, and foster joint actions across stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's summit has been repositioned as a high-level public-private dialogue platform focusing on the theme from promise to action, advancing agribusiness through dialogue and innovation. And actually, that's what we need. We need action. This clearly, of course, reflects a shared goal to move from commitments, which I think we are a bit more faster to make, but to coordinated and concrete actions. In the last months, GIZ and partners have been supporting the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in reviewing the National Agri-Food System Investment Plan, in short, NASIP. A strategic framework that expects the private sector to contribute over 70% of the required investment. This underscores the need for clarity on two essential questions, and let me pose them here. Private sector participation in agribusiness, and of course the other side of the medal is, how is the private sector preparing to seize investment opportunities aligned with national strategies like the NASIP. This summit can advance this as a key objective to co-create an action plan across government, private sector, development partners and county governments. We urge you to engage in meaningful, solution-oriented dialogue around these questions. And the stakeholder groups needed for that, I think they are here today. I'm quite encouraged to see this diversity of stakeholders being in this room, and of course also graced by who's with us today. I think it is this kind of broad-based collaboration that will allow Kenya to fully unlock its agricultural potential, ensuring food security, empowering youth, and establishing the country as a competitive exporter of agricultural products. And I think the potential is huge. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close here. I wish you all productive discussion during this summit, and let us commit to joint and sustained action, because only this collective effort is the base so that we can turn shared ambition into tangible outcomes. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed for the welcoming remark right there. And at this particular point, to just honor one person who has really stood out in the area of dialogue, I'd kindly request that we be upstanding to honor one man who really spoke louder in the aspect of dialogue, and that is the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. A moment of silence, please. Thank you so much. We may kindly take our seats. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, to guide us through the next session, please welcome.
It's a visionary leader shaping Kenya's agriculture and food security agenda through ASNET and KEPSA. With global influence and a passion for innovation, he champions climate resilience and empowers farmers with cutting-edge technology and solutions. Please welcome Agriculture Sector Network ASNET Chairperson and Director, Kenya Private Sector Alliance KEPSA, Dr. Bimal Kantaria.
A big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at that photo and you look at me, you can see that I was taken about 100 years ago when I was much more younger and better looking than that. So thank you very much indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming this morning to the 5th Annual Agriculture Summit. I did want to recognize, of course, the presence of our very eminent guest this morning. We have got Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture, CS Senator Mutahi Kagwe. We have PS Juma Mukwana from the State Department of Industry at MITI. We've got diplomats from various nations, including the EU, the Deputy Ambassador, Mr. Schmick, from the French Embassy, my good friend Martin Parent, who's been a great supporter of ASNET for many, many years. And we also have representative from the High Commission of India, Mr. Amandeep Banwal. We also have, of course, very many distinguished members amongst ourselves today. We've got Jane Gige, who's the Vice Chair of ASNET, and the CEO of ASNET as well, Agatha Tuo. A number of board directors are also in the room, and if you can just give a quick round of applause to all the directors who are around the room and say thank you very much for all their efforts over the last few years. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Agriculture Summit for the last 4 years was focusing a lot on agriculture per se. This year we've slightly changed the theme to say the National Agribusiness Summit, because the idea of today and tomorrow is to talk a lot more about how do we empower businesses to grow themselves, how do they create jobs, how do they pay more taxes. So our focus in the next 2 days is to brainstorm between all of us on how to improve the business part of agriculture. As you know, we have a youth bulge coming up. Gen Z is looking for how to engage in agriculture, in the various value chain of agriculture, be it in agriculture growing itself, to marketing, to transportation, to promoting it worldwide through using technology. And those are the subjects we're going to discuss this morning. And that's why I'm quite happy that CS Kagwe has come today. Of course, the main docket is under his umbrella. But by introducing PS Juma, we wanted to bring an industry of agriculture into the discussions today. The Agriculture Sector Network is the umbrella body, as you know, of all agriculture business organizations, and we've been around for several years now. And the idea is to bring together all sorts of value chains in agriculture under one platform. The sponsors of ASNET were the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and KEPSA. And over the last several years, we've worked a lot more than we had in changing policy and talking to government about the things that we see in agriculture that will make a difference for the future. Agriculture, as you know, it plays a massive role in this economy. 1/3 of the GDP is directly contributed from agriculture. It's the single largest sector in the economy. We employ 40% of the total workforce, and roughly about 70% of workforce in the rural workforce is in agriculture. It's seriously an important part of the whole economic well-being of this country. 65% of our total exports are agriculture driven. Of course, you know, tea and coffee being number one, horticulture, floriculture being second and third, but important crops like avocados are really coming up in the ladder. Today's event is, of course, dialoguing a lot more with government, the PPDs, and I'm happy that all the government officials are here from the ministry, from PS's office. A number of other state organizations are here. And the idea is to network with government today. If you have someone in government sitting next to you, talk to them about your issues, the good and the bad. Sometimes we focus too much on the bad, but I want to tell CS Kagwe that agriculture is strong. We've done, last 2 years have been very good. We've had a record rainfall. We've had a record harvest. Where we were a few years ago to where we are now, you can see a big improvement in the space of agriculture. And I think under his leadership, under his wide leadership, a lot more discussions have opened up with ministry and private sector. So I really wanted to thank CS Kagwe for really opening his door. His PS has always opened the door for us. And for that, I think we must thank CS Kagwe for really a wonderful job he's doing in agriculture and stabilizing where we are now. So can we have a round of applause for a really quite business savvy CS. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you are members of ASNET, and I'm happy to report that we've now concluded the discussions and our new strategic plan. The 2025-2030 strategic plan is now ready, and we're about to launch it in the next few days. The idea with the new strategic plan is gives a focus of ASNET where we're going to be in the next few years. We want to deepen our membership engagement, strengthen policy influence, and drive much more investments in innovation, sustainability, and of course the very important subject of youth inclusion. None of this is possible without very strong stakeholders, and a number of you are here in the room, and I wanted to specifically mention a number of them, starting with GIZ Petra. Thank you very much indeed, Petra, for your support. We've got the EU, who've always stood by us, particularly when it comes to exports and the policy around exports, AGRA, FAO. We used to get a lot of support from USAID, as you know, which is now scaled down. But also umbrella bodies like CAM, KEPSA, Keynes, CCI, and all the various other BMOs who are in their house. My special thanks to Minister for Agriculture, who've been really excellent. Over the last few years, we've worked a lot. In fact, we speak to PSS every single day, CS. I think there's not a day I don't speak to either your Rono or Moeke about stuff that's disturbing agriculture or how we can work together. So we're very grateful to both of those PSS for really standing by us all the time. In particular, CS, I'm very happy that earlier this morning when CS and ASNET met in the boardroom downstairs, CS was very happy about the creation of ASNET, and he's also agreed to have regular PPD meetings with us between his office and ASNET, and we've agreed that every quarter ASNET will bring together the leaders of every BMO, and in his office or on Zoom we'll sit with him and explain to him the various aspects of private sector agriculture and how we together can make sure that the growth in agriculture is sustainable. Of course, very happy with your fertilizer program, CS. Of course, because of that, we've had a very good rainfall and a very good harvest this year. But our request and hope is, CS, that you can open it up to much more inputs. So things like soil conditioners are important. So if you include, other products in the fertilizer subsidy program, including lime and other products, would be great. But the ultimate vision for us, CS, is the e-voucher program. You and World Bank have done trials in the past, and we want that to carry on. But e-voucher program would be very, very useful, where a farmer gets a voucher, walks into an agrovet shop, and then decides what he wants. Does he want fertilizer? Does he want seeds? Or does he want chemicals? So using that same voucher, he can buy a whole bunch of stuff. And the second one, CS, we're very happy, is the vaccination program that your government is doing, and the traceability program. Again, it's lent a lot of credibility to the Wananchi who eat our livestock and meats. So the vaccination program is another very good one. Finally, CS, you did say something that was good for us to hear. He said, we're not hearing the private sector loud enough. So under the leadership of CS, when we start meeting him on PPDs, I think we can be much more vocal on the stuff that's bothering our sector. So if you have issues that you want to raise at ministry level, please direct them to Agatha or directly to CS's office. I'm very happy and excited that he's allowed us to talk directly to him. And I think that's the vision of a fantastic leader is our CS. So thank you very much, CS, for giving us that concession. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming this morning. Thank you for supporting ASNET over the last few years. And thank you for supporting agriculture in general. Asante sana. Thank you. With the permission of the MC, we've got a slight change of program. CS has to go back to his office shortly. So we're going to do a little bit of protocol jump. I'm going to invite CS to come and talk to us for a few minutes, and then we'll ask PS to come and talk to us. Normally, PS does the introduction to the CS, but I've been given executive authority to jump the queue a little bit. So I wanted to quickly introduce our incredible CS. You all know him, Senator, but you don't know about CS. He's actually a very shrewd businessman as well. And over the years, he's married government and business, and he understands from both sides. We have a very unusual leader in our midst. CS has been part of our political system for many, many years. He understands the intricacies of government, and he understands now the intricacies of business. So I'm hoping that with really a smart leader like CS Kagwe, that we have, after a very long time, really a visionary in the office, and I'm happy that he's taken on the leadership of agriculture. So CS, Karibu sana, please welcome, and please open the conference as well, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kantaria. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first say thank you all for this morning and for the invitation from ASNET. And it's a real pleasure for me to be here, because I have often said, and I repeated it in the boardroom, that the government of the Republic of Kenya does not own a single cow. Neither do we own a single tree of coffee. Neither, indeed, do we have a macadamia farm. All those things are done by the private sector. It is not us. Therefore, the relationship between ourselves and ASNET, and indeed between ourselves and the entire private sector core, is one where we have got to be seamlessly engaged. And I'm here today to pronounce that relationship and to enthuse you regarding how we are going to work moving forward. Our job as the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is to support you. Yes, a bit of regulation, but essentially to support you. The missing link has been your silence, not our noise. So what I'm looking for, and this is what I have told the chair and the community, is that we need a much louder voice coming from the private sector in Kenya generally, and for me particularly in the agricultural sector. Now let me just, since you're a business people, and since what you are here for is to see how we as a government can support business, let me simplify my remarks by being very practical about what we are doing, and therefore what interventions we need and require from you. From the outset, what's my job? My job is to put more money in the farmer's pocket. That's my job. Because everything else that we talk about here, no matter how intellectually sounding it is, by the end of the day, if a farmer is not earning more, you will not get more crops, you will not start industry, because you can't start industry without a farmer earning money from macadamia. So you can't have a macadamia industry if a farmer is not earning from macadamia and treating macadamia as a business. You will not add more coffee. We are doing 50,000 metric tons of coffee. We used to do 150,000 metric tons of coffee. We are not going to increase coffee unless the coffee sector can provide more earnings for the farmer. And therefore, the packaging of tea will not increase if we don't have a farmer who wants to grow more tea. And the only way you are going to have more farmers growing more tea is if the farmer is earning more money. So I would like us as a business community within the agricultural sector to keep that as the basic. If you are going to build a house, the foundation of the house is what is underneath this building. That's the farmer. We need to refocus and think about the farmer. And where does that provide us with opportunities? First, we talked about how do we increase these earnings from the farmer. We need to refocus on soils, making the soil more fertile. The population is increasing, land size is not increasing. So we need to produce more within the same land that we have. And the only way we can do that is by improving the production structure, the production infrastructure that a farmer has, which includes refocusing on our soils. Yes, we are giving subsidized fertilizers, but from personal experience, I know that you can spend a lot of money giving fertilizers, but using the wrong fertilizers for the soils. Therefore, wasting a lot of money. Our budget for subsidized fertilizers is something to the tune of 18 billion. But it must be efficient use of the money, because there is no point of giving fertilizer CAN, for example, when what you need and what the soils deserve is NPK. So we need to refocus again, and there lies opportunities for the private sector to start looking at how best to test the soils using modern technologies. And I just give one example of our refocusing in terms of the policy framework. The policy framework I'm alluding to needs infusion of ideas from you. And I remember in the boardroom we were discussing this, and the question is, at what point does the private sector take the policy so that they can develop their business along the policy? And my answer to that is, that is not the way to go. Policy should be informed by what you need. Therefore, in drawing the policy of the ministry, we want you to inform policy which you can then utilize. It is not the other way around. I have heard private sector speak from across board. What is the government policy on this issue? What would you have preferred that the government policy be in that issue? And we have agreed with ASNET that this umbrella organization that represents just about every other player in the industry is best for that purpose in terms of informing us before we draw the policy. After all, policy does not fly from the skies. It is people like you and I who inform that policy. So let us make it look like, let's not pretend that policy is a Bible that was written 2,000 years ago and can't change. Policies should be what is reflective of what the industry and the players in the industry want. So I would like to propose today that you be part of that policy-making framework. And the way to do it is to come way in advance of the writing of the policy, way in advance of the influencing of the budget policy framework, for example, so that your requirements within and what can support your industry can be reflected in the budget of the year. For example, the tea sector came to us and said to us, for us to be packaging tea in Kenya, and I can tell you exactly where that came from. We were at the DMCC in Dubai, where they are packaging our tea. And I asked, why do we have to take our tea to Dubai? And I watched foreigners from God knows where packing Kenya tea. I even asked them, why can't you at least call a few Kenyans to pack Kenya tea? And they said, you know, Kenya tea is packed here. I said, why for goodness sake, would we take our tea to the DMCC and export our jobs for the young people who could be doing those jobs? And the problem was packaging material is so expensive in Kenya that it is cheaper to take Kenya tea in a bag, take it to Dubai and pack it there because the UAE government has seen it fit to cut the taxes on importation of paper so that they can be cheaper to import. And that's what we did this year. We cut the cost of packaging materials, taxes on packaging materials for tea. But had we spoken with ASNET, what we would have done is cut the taxes on packaging material for the industry, not just for the tea sector, but across board for the flour sector, for the milk sector, which is what we are going to fight for this year. So, if we have a whole voice, if you had a collective voice, an aggregated voice, to use an agricultural phrase, that is how we can inform and lobby for changes that are going to be useful to you. The second issue on policy is that Kenya is spending some 500 billion shillings every year on importation of food. So what do we intend to do about it? And the change is that under the Land Commercialization Initiative, we want to give priority to people and investors who want to grow wheat for Kenya, within the land that is available. Some of it is owned by prisons, others is owned by the Agricultural Development Corporation, ADC, and others elsewhere. But this land is idle capital. It is lying there with nobody using it. And we want to change that. The land, and from here, in fact, the meeting I'm going to is to discuss land commercialization. And what we want is to invite you, the private sector, to take advantage of this large-scale farming. Let me repeat, large-scale farming. So if you want 2 acres, don't come. But if you're looking for adding 2 zeros to that, come. Because obviously there has to be some element of large-scale commercialization in this sector, because what is happening is that the wheat sector, for example, is diminishing as a result of subdivision of pieces of land. So that now, mechanization of wheat growing is becoming a challenge to those who have subdivided the land, to the extent that it is not feasible for you to grow wheat, etc. And I'm just talking wheat as an example. I'm giving wheat as an example. So we need land investments in land commercialization, and there has been challenges in that area which I and my team are going to address so that it becomes quickly. We can do things quickly. We know business people don't have a lot of patience, and we want to make sure that we can do it quickly. So that this import substitution in wheat, in rice, in edible oil production, palm oil, etc. I know, for example, that the county of Homa Bay, the counties of Migori, they are waiting for investors who can grow palm oil in those counties. And we have determined that, in fact, Homa Bay and Migori are some of the best areas that one can invest in palm oil. So Gladys Wanga is waiting for you to go and invest in the area of palm oil. The other area that I wanted to talk about is the area of exports and branding of the Kenyan brand. Because I think for too long, we have focused on specific areas for our export market. The EU is obviously one of our most important export markets. But you know, yesterday, when we were engaging the Senegalese president in Kenya, we learned that they import their tea from China. Nigeria imports their flowers from Amsterdam, but guess where they come from? They come from Kenya. So they go to Amsterdam and then bring them to Nigeria. I'm missing something. It ought to be that at least within the Africa continental wide free trade area, we are able to trade within the African continent. And I can tell you that currently, because the President Ruto is the chair of the Comesa region, there are 600 million people within the Comesa region. The opportunities within the Comesa region are huge. Therefore, I want to advise you as a business person as well, start refocusing a little bit more. Think about the African market, the Asian market as potential for growth. We just signed an agreement. The president was in China, agreed with the Chinese government on tax relief and tax elimination for our exports of teas and agricultural products. So again, there lies a huge opportunity. So the export market for the agricultural sector is an area that we want to lay a lot of emphasis on. Looking at different markets, creating new markets, for example, in the Middle East, for our tea, especially the orthodox tea, but also for macadamia and avocado. These are new areas that new countries are interested in. The US market is opening up for us. Yes, the general feeling is that there are tariffs being increased in the US, but for us there are new opportunities also within the same market, and I spent some time there last month opening up some of those markets that we can now go into. But one more thing about the export market is the need for us to package and to process our products here. A lot of those countries now are interested in you sending supermarket-ready products. They want you to package it here, sort it out here, and then send it out there as ready for their supermarkets. It's too expensive for them to process, and that's why when we reduced the duty on packaging materials, we immediately had some people from Germany. Petra, you'd be happy to know. People from Germany who came to us and said, we want to start packaging and packing tea here in Kenya for that market. So there are opportunities that are opening up within this sector. The final one I want to talk about before I leave you is the technology aspect and AI in agriculture. We cannot continue doing business as usual in the agricultural sector. We have to move along with the rest of the world, and we must move ahead of the rest of the world. Artificial intelligence is with us, whether we like it or we don't like it. In fact, I'm told, I can't remember which country has now appointed a robot as a minister in the government to deal with the matters of AI. Okay? A robot will be sitting in the cabinet, and perhaps we will produce more ideas, better ideas than we human beings. It's a matter of time before they decide we are useless too. So anyway, what I'm trying to say in short is that let's, as a business community, we have to put our thoughts, our action in the area of technology. Soil testing, for example, used to be something that you took a Kimbotin in and then you went to Caro, or you look for somebody in a lab to come and do the soil testing. That's no longer going to be the case. A drone is going to do it for us. Crop determination of fungi and whatever the crop diseases exist is going to be determined for us from the satellite, and so on and so forth. So you need, as our partners in the agricultural business, you need also to invest in that area, to come and propose to us easier ways of doing the business of agriculture that we do, and especially for your benefit, because by the end of the day, I recognize the fact that you are business people and you want to create an earning. So when I spoke about putting more money in the farmer's pocket, I also recognize that we need to put more money in your pockets as business people. And that's what drives you, profit. Profit is what drives you. I'm not asking you to be the biblical Samaritan. I am asking you to engage visibly, physically, and otherwise in ensuring that your businesses are profitable. And the way to do it is to refocus in the area of technology. Finally, the average farmer in Kenya is 64 years old. This is not sustainable. It is not sustainable. If I look around this room and I ask people the average age of the people in this room, it will not be 64. it will be a lot younger than that. It will be a lot less than that. And therefore, we need, because of technology, infusion of technology into agriculture, we hope that the youthful members of our society are also interested in using agriculture as a basis for their economic well-being. There are opportunities in agriculture for the youth, particularly in value-adding agricultural products. That's where it is for you. There are opportunities in the growing of certain crops, and all crops can be profitable if grown properly. I can give you one example of a coffee farm that is not too far from here, where once the parents handed over the coffee farm to the next generation, the productivity per tree doubled, literally doubled, because of the new way that the new generation is treating the soils, using proper fertilizers and so on. And it doubled in the production. So I am asking also those of you who are my age, not necessarily in this hall, but also outside the hall, the time has come for you to pass the torch to those who understand technology and those who know how to make better use in terms of productivity per acre, in terms of productivity per tree. Give them the mantle so that they can make better use of the land for their benefit as well as our benefit. Now I realize that culturally, there are those who are very tied to agriculture. You have to move with the time. I'm not asking you to hand over your farm to a stranger. I am simply asking you to hand over to the next generation. They are smarter than you think. They can do a better job of it than you can. They are more determined than you are. They know more than you do. And given all those variables, give them the opportunity. And Kenya will be that much better if you do it. And so my age mates, I count myself within that cycle. It's very difficult for me to hand over my shamba, but I will. In the interest of better productivity and better economic well-being for the younger generation, I will. And therefore, with that very demanding remark, I realize how difficult it is. I therefore want to declare the 5th National Agribusiness Summit officially open. I thank you. Juma is wondering about why I did this. It was in the interest of a meeting I'm going to, but now I want to officially hand you to PS Juma.
We have just a quick photo session downstairs, just here. If all the head table can come downstairs, we have a quick photo. And then CS, I think KBCT wants to interview you just briefly, but can I ask the head table to come down, board director, come downstairs, we take a group picture, and then PS can then take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Let's have the photo session there. The fourth estate, we're ready for the photo. Memorable moment indeed. Thank you so much, Buenos Dias. just to highlight some of the key thoughts, and Linda, are you still here? Linda, on tea. Linda, are you here? Yeah. Linda, you know, I was very concerned. Is this exactly what happens? That we have to take our tea to Dubai for packaging just because, oh, come on.
Missions. Thank you.
Buona Pius, I hope you got that. Linda is deep into the tea industry business, and she's really concerned about this whole idea of having to send tea in a bag in Dubai just because of packaging. Would you kindly just repeat that challenge for Buona Pius? Because we're talking about a policy framework that is infused by ideas from you. So just repeat it again so that as he speaks to us, he can also address some of your concerns. Go ahead.
So thank you once again. So my name is Linda Olwach from Kenya Tea Growers Association. And to speak to your question and the concern about our tea being marketed or not being marketed as well as it should, and us not realizing the true value of the tea, it is indeed true that a lot of our tea is exported in bulk and then packaged in the destinations such as Dubai, as the CS rightly pointed out. This is because locally our cost of packaging has been high. But as the CS mentioned, the cost of packaging is now strategically lower because of that tax intervention. But I was just pointing out to the PS being a critical voice in the room and a critical actor in terms of enabling the marketing of Kenyan tea. Kenya has several embassies and missions in all the countries where we engage with diplomatically. And I want to imagine that each of the trade attaches could be an ambassador of our heritage. Tea is indeed our heritage. And they could then have in their deliverables the marketing of Kenyan tea. And that would in a big way help us to market, as the CS has pointed out, made at source teas in all the key markets where Kenya has a presence, even from the most basic level, which is simply a mission or an embassy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Just one more person, Buona Pius, and then probably feel free to speak to us because we're really ready. We had some conversations before we started from, we had Christine. Christine is in the fish business, and she's all the way from Busia. By the way, we have Mombasa, we have Tarakaniti, we have Embu, we have literally the whole country represented here. Christine, I know you spoke to us earlier on. The PS is here, and we are looking at how do we support you so that we make sure that there's more money in your pocket. What is that one challenge that you feel, hey, you need support on?
Okay, the challenge that we are going across the border, as the border trader, especially on fish, is that the major challenge is the people from the other country, they are coming into our lakes, like Lake Turkana, to come into our bedroom, we call it bedroom, to do business there with their dollars. And we find that sometimes as small business people, we don't get opportunity to buy from our own lake because of the intruders when wamekuja. And they are claiming that they have dollars so that they can buy more compared to us. So they are seeing us as if that the market, intermediate market that is within our party kazi, because they already engage and dwell into our lakes, so that in pata kama biashara inakuja chini, because of their effect of their money. Money can have value and they change in dollars. So sometimes it becomes very difficult to access your own lake, getting your own fish. Difficult because of are they intruders or the other partners from other countries? And I see sometimes the government is becoming lenient with that. So it's sometimes very tricky. So we are hoping that CS will help us on that. Maybe if they can introduce a higher taxing on the intruders or people from other countries, so that it becomes favorable to the local people, so that wao wawekewe chini but the other people tax ikuwe juu, so that sometimes na wapewe limit at what time should they get, where they should reach and where they should not reach, so that they can come to our local markets, not to our lakes. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate Christine for that. Thank you so much. But PS, once you're ready, please talk to us. We're all ears. Thank you so much. There was also a challenge from Dr. Mugambi, but please go ahead and talk to us. A big round of applause for the PS. Dr. Juma Mukhwana, we celebrate you. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. I think it's quite a challenge talking after the CS has spoken, but let me start with the two issues. Then I'll make my remarks. My name is Juma Mukhwana, the PS for Industry. On the issue by Linda, on the issue of tea, because I come from the Ministry of Trade, Investments and Industry, we remember historically tea, coffee was introduced in this country, to put it very bluntly, not for our use, but for somebody else's use. This is a crop that was introduced by our colonial government, basically to grow tea, to grow coffee, to support exports of the colonial government. So remember when the crops were even initially introduced, Africans were even not supposed to grow, so there was a limit. Then eventually Africans started growing, and now we are growing. And I have gone around globally to see what is happening and what affects our exports of tea and coffee. So if you look at even the Kenyan market, you can appreciate that in every household, we have what we call kikombe ya chai, tea mug or tea cup. But there's no coffee mug. You can see that even as we talk now, the idea that an African can take coffee is a new and emerging idea. So now you have Java, you have KFC. So it's growing, especially among our young people. But I know where I came from. My father grew 20 acres of coffee, but we never drank the coffee. In other words, we produced it for somebody else. And that's a very dangerous way to do an enterprise where you are growing something for an imaginary market out of here. I've been out there in Japan, for example. I found that one of the complaints they had was very simple, that Kenyan tea was landing in Japan labeled in English. So sometimes just a language. So as we think about external markets, I think we have to be sensitive to what do those markets need. If you want to sell your coffee or tea to Germany, please label it in Germany. If you want to take it to Portugal, then do it in Portuguese. So because we speak English here or Swahili, we don't imagine that Kericho cold can be sold in Japan, labeled in English. So I found very simple things like those. But there's also a cultural aspect that we must appreciate. And I'm not being pessimistic in this. If you look at the different types of coffee that we have across the world, different communities across the world have different tastes, very different tastes. My sister here will tell you that the Germans, the way they will drink their coffee, it will be very difficult for me sitting in Kericho to produce coffee that will appeal to a German client. So part of it will be why we are talking about partnerships. If you go to America, the way coffee is processed and taken is very different. It's a cultural thing. The way a Portuguese takes coffee is something they have been doing for 3,000 years. So I am not going to change it. So it's very easy to roast macadamia because that's how everybody does it. It is very easy to roast groundnuts because that's how everybody does it. But to make coffee for a Mexican, you have to think deeply. And tea, same problem. If you look at Chinese tea, I mean, all of you understand. If you look at how the Chinese make their tea, if I want to process tea to sell to China, I really have to appreciate what do the Chinese drink, how do they do it, how do they process it, because it's quite a different milestone. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, globally, markets exist, but for us to tap into those markets, we need other skills, we need other partnerships, we need more understanding, we need more appreciation of the cultural aspects that come with these products. And I think that is where we are missing. So we assume here that you can actually package and make tea for China. It will be very difficult. That tea will arrive there and they will not even understand what you have done with your tea. They say, this guy just spoiled the tea again. Aliharibu chai. You have actually spoiled the tea. So in that space, because that is where I do a lot of work, we can talk more, but I think that is something that we need to appreciate. On the issue by Christine about fish, she raises very interesting issues about these people called intruders. Now, remember, Kenya is a member of the East African Community. That's made up of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, DRC, Somalia, and South Sudan. For us, that is a common market. What does that mean? What it means is if I make a product in Kenya, that product is made in East Africa. So if I make one product in Kenya, that product can go to Uganda, it can go to Rwanda, it can go to DRC. It is an East African product. The way we tax it, we use something called a common external tariff. So we agree as East Africa that this one will attract zero. So for example, our tax band for East Africa is 4 band. If you are importing raw material to make products, our taxation, import duty is 0. And that's not for Kenya, it is for all of us, 8 countries. If you're importing an intermediate product, something that's already semi-processed, let's assume you want to bring a motorbike and you are bringing parts that have already been made, so you're just putting together, intermediate products, 10%. If you are importing a finished product for which we have no local production capacity, 25%. If you're importing a product, finished product, for which we have capacity, 35%. That's not for Kenya. Sometimes I hear, oh, you know, in Kenya we have too many taxes. I say, the taxation we use is taxation that we have agreed across East Africa. So that is the tax band. We spend a lot of time in Arusha. And what it means here is maize produced in Uganda is our maize. Wheat produced in Tanzania is our wheat. Coffee produced in Burundi is East African coffee. It can be sold anywhere to anyone, no taxation. So I cannot put a tax on a Ugandan product or a South Sudan product, because that is, the reason we are doing this is that instead of you producing a product for a few people in Kenya, 55 million, we are giving you a population of 300 million. So we have given you a bigger population, but that means also bigger competition. And so a Ugandan buying coffee or tea or fish in Kenya is not an intruder. He's my brother and my sister. So part of the reason why we are opening up this market is we are allowing you, so we have to compete. And now we are even making it worse. So we are members of the East African Community. Now we are members of COMESA, 21 countries. Same problem. We have given you a bigger market. Now sell your products to Malawi, to Zambia, to South Africa. South Africa is not part of COMESA. To Egypt. So you have to, as you think about your competition, please think about, and now we are part of the AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area. So now we have given you 1.4 billion people. Our assumption is that if you are making one water bottle for 55 million people in Kenya, now we have given you 1.5 billion, but to compete with the Nigerian, compete with the Ghanaian, compete with the Moroccan, compete with South Africa. So the market gets bigger, it gets more complex, it becomes more competitive, and that is exactly the message that you need to get. That as Kenya, our policy is to work with our brothers, our policy is to work with other countries so that we give you a bigger market, but that bigger market will come with some challenges. So let me go to what I wanted to say, then we can engage after this. So I am here, and I'm very excited to be speaking after the minister has spoken. I happen to be not just the PS for industry, but I also happen to be an agriculturalist. So this is my area, and an African optimist that believes that Africa's future is great if we all play our role. I'm also happy that I'm speaking to young people, because this is not just your moment, but this is your continent, and this is your country called Africa. So I really want to say that today I stand before dreamers, as the CS has said, innovators, and change makers, because that is who you are. I stand before a generation that holds in its hand the power to transform Africa. So you are the people that hold power to change this continent, to change the narrative, to change the way we think, to change the way we do business. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. So we believe that with this young generation, with agribusiness, our continent is ripe for transformation. Our continent is very young, our land is very rich, and our future, what do you think about our future? It is waiting for us to take the necessary action. So my dear friends, agriculture is not what it used to be. Many of us think of what Waziri was saying here. An old man, an old woman with a hoe in their hand. It's no longer the story of that old man with a hoe. It is the story of young innovators with a laptop, with a drone, and with a dream. That is the agriculture that we are thinking about. That agriculture is now agribusiness. It is a space for creativity, for technology, and for profit, not income. Many of us confuse income with profit. We produce tomatoes, we produce oranges, we produce maize, and you sell. And sometimes I ask the farmers, so how much did you use to produce this bag of maize? They tell you, I don't know. How much did you use to produce this bunch of bananas? I don't know. How much did you produce this kilo of carrots? I don't know. If you don't know how much it costs you to produce that cabbage, we can probably not start to talk about profit. If you don't know your costs, because profit is income minus cost. So if you don't know how much it costs you, but you know your income, then we are not in the business of agribusiness. So for Africa, for agriculture to prosper in Africa, it must be profitable. We must track our costs. If it's not profitable, and today I know we face a lot of challenges with intermediaries, with what sometimes we call middlemen, with disjointed, broken markets, with sometimes very exploitative markets. I come from a region where we grow maize, and the moment the farmers produce their maize, then a swarm of people arrives. I have always found it very, very interesting that, and I always say that it is only in agriculture where the buyer decides the price. If I go to buy this suit, the seller decides the price because they know how much they used it to buy this suit. So say I bought for 5,000, so the suit costs 7,000. If I go to buy a pen, a book, the buyer decides the price. But you come to agriculture, and it is the buyer deciding the price. So they arrive and say, you know, from tomorrow a bag of maize is 5,000. Say, how? How did you decide? It's not your product. So part of what ASNET is doing in this network is to address the rights of farmers. To say, who should decide the price of my product? Because if I'm the producer, as an association, as a cooperative, I should have a say on the price because I know how much I have spent to produce that price. And that is why the idea of profit is extremely important. So we must make sure that agriculture also benefits the farmer. I think we can sit here and sometimes assume that agriculture automatically benefits the farmer. It does not always do that. If the structures and the systems are not in place to ensure that you are making more money than what you are spending to produce the product, you can actually be doing charitable work. Many years back, I was involved in a research project that tracked production costs, I think, for maize in Western Kenya, and we did it in about 10 counties. And we went to look at every cost: the cost of land, leasing land, plowing, planting, seed, fertilizer, weeding, all that, harvest, bagging, drying, cleaning. And we were very shocked. When we came out with the data, we found that at that time, only 56% of the farmers got as much money as they invested in that one bag of maize. The other 44% made less money than they invested. Meaning, every time they engaged in farming, they were becoming poorer. They were spending more money to produce than they were getting. So this is a rights issue. And so as we aspire to bring more farmers into production, we must keep our eye on the profit, because that is where we need to go. So as I've said, agriculture is now agribusiness, a space of creativity, a place of technology, and it must be a place of profit. And so as we sit here, we must look at how do we make agriculture more profitable. It is where science meets soil, where innovations meet opportunity, and where ideas become income. For long, we have been told that farming is for those who have failed elsewhere. So we do it because we have nothing else to do. We are told that real success is found in our offices and in our cities, where we have only ended up creating more slums. But that story long changed, because the world population, the Kenyan population is increasing. We have more mouths to feed. The world needs more products from us. And I'm proud that if you look at some of the products, if you look at avocado, for example, 10 years ago, Kenya was not a serious producer of avocado. Today, we are a leading producer of avocado in Africa. But still, it's not enough. Last year, I think I visited a factory, an avocado processing factory in Kirinyaga. And what did I find? That the factory is only operating 6 months. The other 6 months is closed because there's no raw material. So you have put up a factory, you don't have continuous supply of raw materials. And I think that is why we need to invest more. Because the richest people in the next 20 years will not come from selling oil, selling gold. They will come from people who are in the business of selling food. So The African food industry will be worth over $1 trillion by 2030. And we, especially the youth, must claim our share of that opportunity. Imagine this, and that is where we are today, that you use an app to connect farmers to buyers, that you run a smart greenhouse that produces vegetables all the year, that you process mangoes into mango juice, cassava into flour, milk into yogurt, and sell those products in East Africa, in the Comesa region, and in Africa. That is the world we want you to imagine. That is why the Kenya government spends a lot of time, not just to produce to bring markets into East Africa. We have signed an EU economic partnership agreement where you can sell nearly 14,000 products duty-free, quota-free to the 27 EU countries. We are at the tail end of completing our negotiations with China. They are opening up markets for coffee, for macadamia, for avocado, India. So as we open these markets, in fact, the problem that we have is that we are opening markets that have nobody to supply. It's like you are running a factory which you have closed, but the marketing department continues to sell products. So your government is busy opening markets, but who is going to supply? So this is not just agriculture. As I've said, it's agribusiness, and it's the next frontier for Africa's growth. So 5 key areas that I think we need to focus on. One, of course, let's think innovation, use of technology, drones, sensors, mobile apps, so that we farm smarter and not harder. We are not going to use the hoe the way our grandfather did. We need smarter technologies that can make agriculture more friendly, easier to use. Let's add value. I think that's what I've already said. Don't just sell maize, sell flour. Don't just sell milk, sell yogurt. The real money is not in the milk. The money is in the value addition. So every time you're selling a raw agricultural produce, you have actually missed the opportunity. The money is not in macadamia. The money is not in avocado. It is in the value addition. So that is where we need to think about value addition. We are talking about networks, and I think we have created a lot of this. We talked about tea, that if you need to sell tea to Mexico, then you need to network. You need to understand how do the Mexicans want their tea made. So let's build the networks. Let's work together. Agriculture requires us to work together because we must produce what I call Q plus Q. If you don't have the quantities and you don't have the quality, the rest becomes a story. So every time I participate in product development, I ask, do we have enough quantities? So if you have 5 bags of maize, don't tell me you have a problem of market because you don't have the quantities. Let's have the right quantities and the right quality. Then we can work on the price and the rest of the things will fall into place. So building networks is important because then it gives us the right quantity and the right quality for us to be able to approach the market with enough strength. So we need to form cooperatives. We need to partner. I've seen deans of agriculture, universities here, investors, and other people. And even our curriculum in our universities need to think to change. It is good to do soil science. It's good to do entomology. It's good to look at physiology. But where the rubber meets the road is the market. And so we need our training in our universities to focus more towards business, agriculture as a business, so that we can then milk enough value from what we are trying to do. The 4th issue is finance, and I think that this government has made quite a lot of finance available for some of the things. Then think green. Let us do climate smart agriculture, protect our soil, save our water, build sustainability into our processes. Some of it, the sustainability also comes from succession management, things that the minister talked about here. So young people of Africa, the time has come to stop asking for jobs and start creating jobs through agribusiness. Jobs, you are not the future, as I said, that you are the now, because that is where we are today. So let's move from aid to trade. Let's move from hustle to industry. Let's move from survival to success with information, with digital technology, with AI, with the internet. So I challenge you today, pick one thing that you can do differently, start a kitchen garden, build an agri-tech app, process one product, and approach the market. Learn as you go, because it will not be easy. Of course, doing agricultural business is not easy, but it also helps us to answer one of my questions that I ask everywhere. Who will industrialize Africa? Because for many of us, from where I sit, the Industrial Revolution started off in Britain in 1740. That is 300 years ago. That Industrial Revolution from the UK spread to the rest of Europe, spread to America. It has moved to China. It has moved to India, to Singapore, to Malaysia, to Vietnam. They are now talking about the fourth industrial revolution, meaning you have had the first, the second, the third. They are now talking about the fourth. Remember, Africa has not experienced the first industrial revolution. It means we have not reached where the UK was in 1740. And who is going to do it? The young people in this room. So sometimes when we think about agribusiness and manufacturing and industry, we think other people will come to do it for us. I always say that the people who industrialized Europe were the Europeans. The people who industrialized America were Americans. The Japanese have industrialized Japan. The Chinese have industrialized China. The job of industrializing Africa is your job. So if you're not doing it, because I see us asking, where are the jobs? Wapi kasi? If we are spending a lot of our money importing products from other people, and then after you have imported, you put on and then you ask, where is the job? You have already exported the job. Because every time you import a product, you have exported that job. It is our job to manufacture. And when we manufacture here, we create jobs for ourselves. Then we will become a proud Kenyan. And remember, it is not the work of government to put up factories. The work of government is to be a good referee. The work of manufacturing is your work. And so sometimes when I see people saying, oh yeah, you know, the cost of living is very high, the cost of living is very high because we are not producing. It's because we are consuming other people's product. Because we are not investing in value addition. Because we are not investing in manufacturing. And that is your job. So as we talk about the cost of living, I think sometimes we simplify it and say, the cost of living is high because the government is bad. No. The cost of living is our collective responsibility. Vimal here is doing manufacturing. I visited his factories yesterday, and I was impressed with what he's doing. He's employing 800 people. How many people are you employing? Who has stopped you from doing a factory? Who has stopped you from employing yourself? Who has stopped you from employing other Kenyans? Because the true discussion of the cost of living will only take place when we all play our role. Because I think sometimes we are running away from our roles and blaming everybody. So if Bimal is manufacturing here, why are you not doing it? And so, as I've challenged you, pick one product, start with a kitchen garden, develop an agri-tech app, process one product, build small steps. And when we multiply this, you do one small thing in Kirinyaga, you do another one in Nakuru, another one in Meru, another one in Bungoma, another one in Kitale. If we have small initiatives like those, that is how other continents have created prosperity for ourselves. So my dear Africans, sometimes I think we imagine, I see it here every time, I see people saying, we are looking for investors. And for many of us, an investor is a person who doesn't look like you. So we spend a lot of energy and time looking for people who don't look like you, then we call them investors. The true investors are the people that it's you. And investors don't have to have 1 trillion shillings. Even with your 10,000 shillings, you are an investor. We want to celebrate you. We want to encourage you. We want to ask you to add value. You don't have to produce the maize. Buy from somebody else, add value, and make some money and employ other people. So let's start with the small steps, and we will build our country. So the land is ready. The markets are open. The world is watching, and Africa is waiting, and Kenya is waiting for your actions, not your stories. We are all waiting for your action. So I believe in Kenya, I believe in Africa, where a young woman runs a food company that exports to the world. That's the world I believe in. I believe in an Africa where a young man turns waste into biofertilizer and power. I believe in an Africa where agribusiness is the heartbeat of our prosperity. So rise up, young people, rise up. Plant your ideas, water them with passion, and harvest your dreams. The future is in your hands. The future is green, it is bold, and it is yours. I thank you.
Wow, big round of applause. Wow, investors look like you. Tell the person seated next to you, investors look like you. And Africa is waiting for your action, not your stories. Over to you, Dr. Bimal.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Can we have another round of applause for our amazing PS Juma? Let me quickly give my story of PS Juma. I've known PS for a number of years now. And yesterday morning he called me and he says, Bimal, I'm in your neighborhood, I'm coming to see your factory. Can you imagine a PS just walking to your factory like a normal guy? I was so impressed with you, PS. Yesterday, your humbleness, your inquisitiveness to know what we were learning. So I'm just, my hats off to you, PS. You are a very unusual type of leader. You're hands-on. You want to be part of the people, and I want to thank you, PS, for coming yesterday. What he didn't tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he himself is also a businessman. He's got a veterinarian background. He's got a degree from Nairobi University in veterinarian medicine. But he said to me yesterday, he says, Bimal, I can't use you as a role model when I myself am not an industrialist. So what he's doing, PS Juma, he's setting up his own businesses, his own agriculture businesses. He's starting a piggery. He says, if I don't do my own business, how can I teach other people to do business? So ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very interesting PS, a very super leader, and I think we should congratulate a man like him. Thank you, PS. As I said, I've got executive power. I can now jump a little bit with speakers, if you don't mind. We've got two very interesting speakers, ladies and gentlemen, before we have a slight break. The first one is the Deputy Ambassador from the EU, His Excellency Shimek. Let me give a little background to His Excellency. He's been 2 years in Kenya. Previous to that, he spent 4 years in Rwanda. And previous to that, 4 years, he was in Uzbekistan. He has 2 children, and he tells me he's happily married. Now you have to take how every husband in the room understands what that means when you say you're happily married. So Honorable Shimek, thank you very much for coming and gracing us, and can we have a few words of wisdom from you, sir? Thank you. Please come.
Thank you very much. Also for this rather personal introduction. I usually don't have those in these type of events. Of course, not very easy to speak after such accomplished speakers as the CS and the PS, but let me just make a couple of remarks. First of all, let me recognize the PS and also the chairman of the Agriculture Sector Network, and the representatives from the private sector, all of you, and also the colleagues from the GIZ and other diplomatic missions, and everybody else in this room. Good morning, or almost afternoon. I am very pleased. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of the European Union in Kenya. I'm really pleased to be here today to represent the European Union at this 5th National Agribusiness Summit. I think you and I came here because we want to reflect on the theme that really binds us, the commitment that I think all of us are holding to leveraging the transformative potential of agribusiness in enhancing Kenya's economic growth and improving food security, and first and foremost, I think, as the CS recognize, increasing the revenue for the farmers in this country. Agriculture in Kenya, of course, is more than just a sector. I mean, it's really it's the backbone of the economy, both in terms of the contribution to the GDP, about 23%, and also, and maybe more importantly, in terms of the employment, 40 to 45% of the workforce in this country works in agriculture. So significant, and when it faces challenges, that is also significant, and I think that's what this discussion here is about. Challenges like the climate change, more unpredictable weather patterns. We heard that last year was a good one. Who knows what the next one is going to bring? Access to finance, productivity, and also the question of the investment in research and innovation, so that we don't continue to do things the same way as we have done in the past. I think what we try to do here through this event is to see agriculture transition from a production sector to really a catalyst for technological, economic, and social progress in Kenya. By addressing structural barriers and also fostering a conducive policy environment, there is a possibility and an opportunity, I think, to unlock immense potential, build resilient economies, and secure sustainable food systems for future generations. Now, to realize this potential, I would like to highlight just 3 key areas that, in our view, the EU require concerted action. Number 1 would be digital transformation. That was already mentioned by the CS. We are in digital era, and of course, agriculture cannot operate outside of this digital era. So integrating digital transformation is essential for agriculture. It's crucial for modernizing farming practices, for improving productivity, and addressing climate change challenges. For example, using satellite data to monitor crop health, soil moisture, and rainfall patterns can have a significant impact on productivity and also on mitigation of the climate impact, something that the farmers are, of course, grappling with every day. The second point that I want to raise is the financial investment, so money, and I think that was also addressed here. More of it is necessary to unlock the opportunities that would enhance value addition, as I think PS was saying, moving from one thing to something higher up, not selling just the basic product, but trying to do something with it. Improve market access diversification and also economic productivity. Now, of course, attracting private investment is a challenge, and so that is the role of the government to try to address the barriers or the sort of risk aversion that I think we see not only in agriculture but also in other sectors. So to create more confidence for private investors to deploy their resources to agriculture. We, the European Union, as one of Kenya's, I think, significant partners, we also are contributing from our side, and we do have these innovative financing instruments like guarantees or pool funds or crisis modifiers that are stimulating the private sector investment in this area. The third point is climate smart agriculture. We see the changes in the environment. I've been in this country for 2 years, and I see 1 year there are droughts, another year there are floods. This has devastating impact on agriculture. So we need to adapt, and adapting or adopting climate-smart agriculture is therefore particularly important. It's of course a huge task, which requires changes in the way that the sector operates and touches upon all stages of the production cycle. But we cannot wait. I think the sector cannot really afford to delay this transition. I think we have these global climate commitments, but things are not going quite as well as they should. I think we need to really look more at adaptation. And in this area, again, science and information is key. For example, long-term data collection on temperature, precipitation, and vegetation through satellite helps to understand the extent to which agriculture is and will be impacted. So the decisions should be driven by data, by science, by information. From our side of the European Union, we see the strategic importance of agriculture both here in Kenya for food security, for regional trade, but also in the EU-Kenya relations. We do have, our trade relations are based on the Economic Partnership Agreement that came into force early this year, and that allows free access of products from Kenya to the European market. We believe that there is a significant growth potential. At the moment, the trade turnover is about 3 billion euros. It's largely sort of equal trade, if you like, about 1.7 coming from the EU and about 1.3 billion being exported to the EU. We would like to see a growth overall, and we would like to maintain that balanced growth, because we think this is good for Kenya and for Kenyans, and it's good for the partnership between EU and Kenya. So on our side, what we are committed to do is to promote fair trade practices and also to support measures that would enhance the market access for Kenyan agriculture products. And we discussed this with the CS, and what I said was that if there are particular issues that, for example, the farmers in this country have with trading, with selling their products to the EU, we are here to try to support corrective actions. Let me just conclude by saying that I think you and I, we both know, we both see it very clearly that agriculture sector in Kenya has a massive potential. It can grow, it can increase its value, it can produce more, but it of course also has a number of challenges. And to address these, it's excellent that we have this event today, because I think enhanced coordination among the stakeholders and the flow of information from private sector, from the farmers to the government is absolutely key. So let me just, by congratulating the ministry and ASNET for their role in bringing everybody together, and I wish you all a fruitful discussion and success on the journey ahead. Please do influence the policy and budgetary allocations. Thank you very much.
Just to reply a little bit to His Excellency Shemek, I think you missed two very important points, sir. One was how important EU is to Kenya in trade. If you look at the floriculture industry, it was developed with your consumers in mind. And because of you, tens of thousands of people benefit from your consumers buying Kenyan flowers and Kenyan horticulture products. And for that, we're deeply grateful to your people. Europeans are very choosy, they're high net worth, and they only want the best. So when we say as Kenyans we're very proud to be exporting to Europe, it means our produce is the best of the world. And I want you to take back the gratitude of our people of Kenya to your people to say, thank you very much for supporting the Kenyan farmer, Shemek, for the last several decades. And I think we should never underestimate really the influence you have on our trade. The second one I did want to remind our audience today is EU has got a very deeply emotional connection to Kenya. Other countries are very transactional with Kenya. They buy from us and that's it. Or they sell to us and that's it. The EU always has a soft spot for us. So it's not only business, but if you look at what GIZ is doing, if you look at all the other development agencies, what Martin is doing with the French embassy, there's a social element to everything they do. They don't do anything just for business. And I think we should be very grateful to the European partners that we have in the room, Europe, GIZ, Germany, France. They have such a love for this country. And they could exploit all their relationship, but they don't. They always put more money back into Kenya than they take us. So I think we should congratulate the whole European Union group of countries for the amazing social impact they have on our countries. Thank you very much indeed to all of these nations, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 speakers left, and then I know you all a little bit of a tea break we have. I'm going to introduce to you the representative from the Indian Embassy. Mr. Shimak, you're leaving with us. Thank you very much indeed for coming, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. PS is also leaving. PS, are you escorting him down or he's escorting you? Can we have a round of applause for our PS as well, ladies and gentlemen? I think Agatha will escort the 2 gentlemen down. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a representative from the Indian Embassy. He's the Second Secretary and Head of Chancellery, Mr. Amardeep Banwal. Just to give a little bit of background on Amardeep, he's been in Kenya for just about a year now. And he served previously in very many nations. He's worked in Philippines, Vietnam, Czech Republic, Ukraine, and Panama before coming to Nairobi. So we have a very accomplished person from the Indian Embassy. To give you a little bit of perspective on the relationship between Kenya and India, recently India reduced their tariffs for Kenyan avocados, and you see a jump in our exports to India. So our request is to our friend from the Indian Embassy, keep reducing tariffs to Kenyan exports to our produce so we can export much more to India. But thank you very much for coming, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bimal, for having me here. I know, the last speaker, so I have a little more tasks so that all of you are engaged. And I just want a very brief about what we are doing with Kenyan, India and Kenya business. So Excellencies, Mr. Bimal Kantaria, Chairman and Organizer of the National Agribusiness Summit, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, Jambo. It is my great pleasure to be here this morning and I am honored to join the inauguration of the National Agribusiness Summit 2025. Summits and exhibitions like these facilitate valuable interactions between companies and stakeholders, thus helping in expanding business and improved trade ties. So these type of engagements really encourage us to improve whatever area is possible. But India is a major trade and investment partner of Kenya with a total trade of over $3.45 billion. In the last fiscal year, though the trade balance is tilted in favor of India, Kenyan exports to India have risen by about 80% over the last year. So that is a big jump and we expect more. There exists huge potential to be tapped in multiple sectors, including agriculture, and diversification of trade is the need of the hour. In this direction, India opened up the Indian market for Kenyan avocados with first consignment dispatched from Nairobi to New Delhi in September 2023. Subsequently, there was a huge increase, 492% rise in value of Kenyan exports of this commodity to India, which was recorded as US $410,000 in financial year 23-24, vis-a-vis only $70,000 the previous year. And the numbers continues to grow every year. India is also happy to be one of the largest foreign investors in Kenya. Indian companies have an increasing appetite for outbound investment today. Kenya's role as a stable and diversified regional economic hub that is also a gateway to the rest of the East African country. And India's strong mutual ties make Kenya a natural choice in Africa. The efforts of Kenyan government in fast-tracking the procedure of obtaining work permit and expedited approvals could encourage Indian companies who are willing to invest in Kenya to come and do more in Kenya. I hope that meetings and network opportunities that all companies have over the next 2 days will be fruitful in clinching key deals. The relationship between the companies and key stakeholders developed here may last for many years to come, and maybe some would also find investment opportunities in Kenya. Current India investment in Kenya is expected to be around US $3.5 billion. Hopefully with these exhibitions and summits like these, the figures will grow high. Indian companies are keen on exploring investments in agriculture and allied industries in Kenya. Recently, we had an Indian agribusiness delegation led by Sri Syam Singh Rana, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare State, Government of Haryana, one of the prime agribusiness in Haryana, in India. It's a very good state which economy is more focused on agriculture. So they have visited with a delegation. They visited Kenya from 9 to 13 October 2025 to explore potential business collaborations and investment opportunities in the agriculture sector in Kenya. Government of India collaborates with Government of Kenya in capacity buildings, and we provide about 300 scholarships for short-term courses under ITEC program. We sent to India, fully funded by Government of India fund under various programs. It includes like housing, cyber security, IT, industrial training, agriculture, management, etc. So these trained personnel of Government of Kenya are supposed to play a prominent role in achieving the objectives of Government of Kenya. So government sector and other peoples also, they can avail this opportunity and get this benefit from this capacity building programs of Government of India. Finally, I wish all of you great success in organization of this summit. I thank you. Asante and Sana.
So ladies and gentlemen, we come just one more speaker, which is Agatha Tuo. She's going to just summarize a little bit about last year's summit and the progress we made to this year's summit. I'm looking for her. I think she's gone downstairs to the peers with the peers. But in the meantime, let me quickly talk to you a little bit about the relationship between India and Kenya. What is interesting to note is in the year 2024, 1,000 Indian companies came to Kenya. 1,000. They were doing trade fairs, they were looking for investment. It's phenomenal the amount of companies coming from China and India and Europe into Kenya. It just says something about our economy. If you ignore the newspapers for one day or 2 days, you'll see Kenya is a very interesting place to do business. Lots and lots of companies set up here. They do well, but they do it in their own quiet way. So sometimes the official statistics don't show the level of investment coming into this country. So recently the Indian government set up the India-Kenya Business Council, very much similar to the European Chamber of Council and the American Chamber of Commerce. And the idea is to attract investment into Kenya. So I think the agriculture sector in particular has been quite good at bringing in investors. In the last 5 years, the largest single investment into the floriculture sector has been an Indian company, the Black Tulip Group. Some of you may have heard of it. But they are now the single largest investors in this country for floriculture. So things are changing. Things are getting better for the private sector itself. So I wanted to remind all of you that look positive. Don't always look at the negative side of the newspapers. If you heard what P.S. Juma said, if we're looking for investors, we ourselves should be investors. So I'm looking for Agatha. I'm trying to buy some time. If she's around, anybody know where she is, I'll be happy, or else we have a little bit of a tea break and then we can ask her. She's coming, Lillian? Okay. I did forget to make a little bit of announcement. Can I have that? You book, please, you book. You know, in my speech, sometimes I go too fast, Petra. And I wanted to recognize some of our big donors who've contributed towards this event. Of course, we have German Embassy and GIZ. Elgin Kenya is also a big sponsor. Cooperative Bank is a good sponsor. Lattice, NCBA Bank. The French Embassy, Martin, who's sitting at the end of this row, is one of our ASNE's biggest supporter. Martin, thank you for your support, and please thank the ambassador as well, who really is a fantastic leader, and we love him a lot. The effort he does in Kenya, for Kenya in general, please give him our best regards. Yara is also a big sponsor. And finally, the Minister of Agriculture is also a big player in today's event through the National Agriculture Value Chain Development Program. They've spent a lot of money today in bringing us here and contributing towards this event. So we've got a number of sponsors. Obviously, these kind of things take time and effort and money and everything else. And I hope you find value in all of this. Okay. So I think she's busy with the PS downstairs. So Winnie, can we have a tea break now and then we come back? Want to MC?
Absolutely, that's okay. A big round of applause for the chairman, Dr. Bimal. Thank you so much indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going to happen immediately after break. I'd kindly request that we come back so that we can listen to Madam Agatha giving us a brief of what has been happening and moving forward. Then immediately after that we'll be having the breakout sessions. Very exciting, very interactive. You don't want to miss that. So, this is what we're going to do. Please take as little time as possible for your break. All you have to do is exit through the exhibition area to the far end. You will be guided. For now, I'd kindly request Dr. Bimal, together with your delegation, we will allow you to exit. Just go straight to the VVIP. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you. For the rest of us, let's take about 15 minutes. Let's do this. 15 minutes down through the exhibition site. Get your break very quickly. 15 minutes. We come back. We kick off. It's going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming.
Ministry of Trade MITI, we also work with the TVET, we also work with the Treasury. So most of the times we have engagements and ministerial level, and then at the apex, we also organize presidential roundtables together with our mother umbrella body, the overarching, which is the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. So that information is about, for example, some of the issues that we've been able to sort out and some of the milestones that we have made and achievements with regard to the roundtables that we've been able to achieve. For example, when we go to the president, some of the issues that the CSS cannot immediately respond to, that's what we escalate to the next level at the presidential level. So let's just move. Let's move. For example, that picture you can see, it's one of the round tables that we had recently. If you look keenly there, you will be able to see the KEPSA CEO, but right down there you can also see our chairman was involved and the president is there in the very important forums where we consolidate and bring issues as members of the private sector together. The very essence why it was formed. The other thing that we also do is to represent the private sector in some of the engagements with the government. For example, we have the TBT committee, Technical Barriers to Trade Committee. We are doing a lot of trade within the region under the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, and we are also doing a lot of trade globally. And some of our members here are also exporting a lot of products. And in some of the countries, like, for example, India, China, like the CS mentioned, we have specific issues that affect trade in those, for example, the imposition of levies and taxes, and we have to sort them out so that we can facilitate more trade and entry of our products into those countries. So that picture is, for example, an example of one of the capacity building activities that we have had in the last one year. You can see, you might be able to see yourself or maybe somebody that you recognize. So these are some of the activities. It's so difficult to be able to put down everything, but I just wanted you to have a feel of what you've been up to in the last 1 year. In terms of advocacy, you can see, for example, we've done a lot of work. So for example, the budget framework that the CS was talking about, we engage consultants to work with us so that we can be able to input what the private sector expects in any budget in terms of submissions. So in the last 1 year, we've done submissions into the budget making process. We meet with the parliamentary committees responsible, and in the year we've been able to make such meetings. And one of the very strong recommendations that we've also gotten from the president is that it is important that the private sector works together. I would like to request and maybe to challenge any member of the private sector who is not here and has not joined ASNET. Let's escalate our voice as private sector. Please see us. You don't have to, for example, fear registration and annual subscriptions. Let's discuss it so that we work together. A strong private sector is very important for us to be able to move trade and businesses within our region. So again, those are nice photographs of some of the engagements we have had at high level. I'm leaving out some of them because of the time factor. So the other aspect that has also been very important to us in terms of advocacy is financing within the agriculture sector. So the level of financing, and I'm so happy that we have financial institutions represented in this forum today. In terms of financing, we are still doing very low in the sector despite the enormous contribution of the agriculture sector in this country. At 4%, a bare 4% private sector investment, and I think this is a conversation that we need to have going forward about how we can move private sector financing, mobilize more financing by the private sector into the agriculture sector. And we have conducted a deep dive on agriculture financing in Kenya. And we've been able to map all the financing landscape across all the value chains in this country. We have a very comprehensive report. And I would be happy, I've actually mentioned it to some of the members represented here from financial institutions, that we'll be happy to have a sitting with the banks, microfinance institutions, the Kenya Bankers Association, and be able to see whether, is it possible for us, for example, to lower the interest level so that we can have more farmers, more of our members and the SMEs borrowing more. And that's a conversation that we really need to have, and we have a very comprehensive report that we can work on. So the other thing that is also very important is that we have a lot of interest in the counties as well. All of us come from counties, and our investments are in the counties, and it is important that the private sector within the counties is also sufficiently organized to be able to dialogue effectively with the individual counties. Today, I'm happy to acknowledge that we have representation from the counties. We invited some of the counties to participate. In some of the counties, we have also formed umbrella institutions like Kisumu, Kakamega, Siaya, Tharaka Nithi, in Kisii, and we are now thinking about, instead of moving to all the 47 counties, we can actually start engaging at the regional levels, because that is going to be more manageable. So those nice pictures you see there are some of the forums that we have had in the counties, and also at the national level, and also with some of, for example, the IMF, and with the IMF. So like I said, it's really, really difficult for me to be able to give a comprehensive whole year report, but I wanted you to understand what ASNET stands for. Coordination of the private sector, policy advocacy, capacity building of our BMOs, and trade facilitation, and that is why we sit in so many committees in this country so that we can effectively be able to support the private sector in this country. And it's a challenge that has been put to us by the highest office in the land. Let the private sector organize itself, and that is what we are continually doing. So I want to request you, if you're seated here, please see us. We have Henry, I don't know where Henry is, and we have Winnie. Please see Winnie, see Henry. They'll be able to give you guidance on how you can actually join ASNET, because together we are stronger. Let's work together. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you want more information, I'll be willing to, to give it further. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow, excellent. There you go. Together we're stronger. Thank you so much indeed. Just turn to the person seated next to you and ask them, are you a member of ASNET? If you're not, Henry and Winnie, I don't understand. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much indeed. A strong private sector is a strong mover of trade. We want that voice to be louder. Now, we want to enhance our engagement. This is very critical. This is very critical. We're going to our breakout sessions. There are 2 breakout sessions this particular moment. So I'm going to read out the second one because the first one will happen here. But very quickly, let me find out. Dr. Edward Mungai, uko wapi? Where are you? Fantastic. Please come forward. A big round of applause for Dr. Edward Mungai. Thank you so much. Dr. Edward Mungai will be the moderator of this breakout session that will focus on unlocking agri-finance and blended investment for scalable agricultural transformation. So if you're interested in that particular subject, Dr. Mungai is here. Dr. Mungai will lead you. It's Shimba. So all you have to do, exit. There's a first room on your right. Are we clear? Dr. Mungai, we're set. 1 hour. We'll give you 5 minutes to transit, to make your transition. Then you kick off. I'll be coming to check because after that is lunch. Absolutely, yeah. Okay, a big round of applause for Dr. Mungai. Everybody interested in that particular subject, please make your way through the exit to Shimba Hills. Dr. Mungai, we celebrate you. Thank you so much for your leadership. This is where you can ask all the questions that you have. And of course, we want solutions as well. All right, fantastic. Makofi out tafadhali. Any person who is interested in that, please follow Dr. Mungai. Now here, this is what's going to happen. Here we'll be focusing on accelerating agribusiness, the business environment and the cost of doing business. That's what will be happening here. So we'll also give you about 5 minutes transition. And the moderator, Professor Gideon Obad. Fantastic. Please take your space to the... Oh, you are the leader. Yes, yes, yes. Come down, please. Come down, please. And by the way,
session is going to proceed. So we have the keynote presentation, and then the keynote presentation, if you can be able to take us through your presentation in 15 minutes, and this Kyoko, please. Anthony Kyoko. Anthony Kyoko. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. And then, after that, we'll have the panelists. I'll just invite them.
In the interest of time, allow me to just go straight into the remarks that I had prepared for this. I'm sure a lot more details about the topic will be discussed by the panelists who live through the experience of operating in this business environment every day. So again, thank you, Session Chair and Moderator, Prof. And just to say that also I'm grateful to ASNET for the invitation to make these few remarks. Now, like it's been said since morning, the theme of this summit is quite apt because we're talking about moving from, we're moving from intentions or pronouncements to action, and I think that is what also the CS mentioned in the morning. And just to get ourselves in the sort of conversation that I would want us to get to through this conversation, I think we've all heard about the statistics. Everybody seems to agree that agriculture is very important for this economy, the contribution to the GDP, the job creation, and all those things. We all know that there is a huge import, food import bill. In my remarks, I knew it as 400 billion. The CS just clarified that our food import bill is 500 billion shillings a year, which is, quite ironic given that in a lot of conferences that we have gone to, we've heard of the fact that 65% of all available arable land is in Africa, and therefore, when you look at the map that is on the screen, I'd ask that it gets, to be put up because I find it very contradictory to all the statements that we've said since morning. Possibly I suspected that those would be the comments that would be made in the morning. We heard about the statistics, we have heard about the food import bill, and then you'd ask yourself, if agriculture is so central to our national economy, why would that be the case? If you spend just a minute looking at that map, what do you see? You see that in the East African region, it's only Tanzania and Uganda who can rest of Africa, if for those who may be challenged in seeing at a distance, especially dependent on trade for their basic food supply. And those that are green are those that are strongly exporting. And it is tragic that a lot of what you see as red is actually around Africa. And that is why I think a conversation like has been set out in the theme is it's quite relevant. Now, it remains a fact that a lot of our agricultural producers and agribusinesses associated with that are in a cycle where sometimes they spend much more than they're able to get out of their farming investments. I was just talking to my friend Peter, and I was telling him about some of the good progress that has been made in reforming the sector, and he did mention that quite a bit of those reforms come at a steep cost, telling me about cases where some businesses are having to pay up to 29 million shillings to just comply with the new requirements. Now, some of the reforms that I had mentioned, and I'm just going to skim through them in the interest of time. We know that there's been some efforts made in reforming some business laws and the national agribusiness strategy. We know that many of us have participated in helping to reform that. There's been reforms in the trade facilitation and digital transformation, and that's where my conversation with my friend Peter Jonjo was coming in, giving an example of the Kenya Trade Network system, and it's made the process quicker, yes, but then they are required to have what they call unique reference code, and which requires that they pay $10 for every of the applications for export that they are making. And that is what was leading to the figure that I just mentioned. There's been other reforms that have been also made in the space of finance and everything. But let me quickly move on to some of the other issues that are also relevant to those kind of reforms now. I was in a meeting a few days ago. I wouldn't be surprised if some of us were in the same meeting, where we were taken through a presentation that showed that the agriculture subsector is managed through a maze of 130 different national and county level statutes, which, as you'd expect, can only lead to increased cost of production and reduced competitiveness. And some of the things that I want to spend the last few minutes of my remarks on speak to some of those issues. Now, when you look, for example, the first issue that obviously concerns a lot of us is multiple taxes. And we all know that farmers and agribusinesses still face multiple levies as they move goods from one county to another. Many times this is called cess, but then you move into different areas of moving goods and services from one county to another, and you'll find the same labeled as a landing fee or market access fee, and so on and so forth. But whatever the name, the net effect is the same, that upwards of 6% of the projected margins of farmers and agribusinesses, traders sometimes, is eroded through these multiple levies. The second thing that you'll find that is also a challenge is in transport and logistics. And this, I'm just talking about the national, the national space. I'm not even talking about the common markets that the PS was ably talking about. And much as he did mention something about non-tariff barriers, but we know that operating in this space can be quite expensive. And according to a recent survey by Chami Investments, VAT and petroleum development levy keep diesel at the farm gate at Kenya shillings 10 and 12 shillings a litre compared to the ESC average. And that is going to be very quickly manifest as you do everything else that is associated with agriculture, whether you're drying your maize or you are processing it, all that is going to make our cost of production quite high. The other thing is limited access to affordable finance. I know again it was stated in the morning that there's been effort in improving that, but when you look at our interest rates, they do not support the idea that a smallholder farmer or even a commercial farmer can easily access finance. In fact, even when they are willing to pay for that, or they are willing to pay that interest, sometimes the terms and conditions are just that it will not be possible to get to access that. And I was making reference to a 2024 agriculture survey by the central bank, and up to 60% of the respondents said that the reason why they cannot access finance is because of their interest rates. So again, that tells you that that remains a problem that must be confronted. The other issues is the regulatory compliance costs, which I did speak about briefly, and it is something that must be sustained. The CS was very bullish in saying that the private sector needs to be louder, needs to be more aggressive in pushing these things, and I think this is an invitation that the private sector should take up with open hands. So as I wind up, let me just mention a couple of things that I would think would be important to consider as a way forward. Now, I talked about the multiple levies, and there is opportunity for the national government and the county governments to engage in a conversation that's either going to cap or harmonize these regulations. And we'll be gratified to know that last year there's a law that was passed, the County Licensing Act of 2024. I think it's an excellent starting point where we can have a conversation so that if one is moving goods from County A and they are going to County B, it is possible to predict how much they are likely to pay and plan for the same. I know there's a session around financing, but I still find that one of the things that we should consider as a way forward is scaling up blended finance mechanisms, knowing that the traditional financing arrangements are not quite favorable to the majority of actors, whether they are farmers or agribusinesses. And then number 3, the need to fully digitize the regulatory process. And this not only tracks how much is collected, maybe also transparency is enhanced, but more importantly is to ensure that there is a clear understanding of how such collected levies are utilized. Again, going back to the example of agricultural produce cess, and my own organization, Cereal Growers Association, has been involved in that conversation for like 10 years now, including litigation processes. And the bigger problem isn't so much that cess is collected. The bigger problem that hurts and pains a lot of the people who are forced to pay it is that there's no transparency on how that cess is utilized, because the infrastructure that it is meant to maintain and make it easy for businesses remains unaddressed. And then also number 4, this need to invest continuously in rural infrastructure. We talk about rates and we need energy and all these things that help to make business easy to undertake. And finally, in terms of the ways forward that I would be proposing to the panels as they get to start in their engagement is to strengthen the public-private philanthropy coordination, and that was, I think, mentioned in the morning. We call it the 4P approach. And the idea is that as government aligns policy, then private sector is bringing the investment that's needed, and philanthropy teams are able to bring some risk capital, and then the coordination, because when all these enablers align, that is now when we start to see some serious and sustainable transformation. Finally, Bwana Chair, mine is to encourage all of us to take our place. And keep in mind that agriculture is not just about crops and livestock. It's also about livelihoods, and it's about dignity and the future of our country. All the issues that have been mentioned, youth involvement in agriculture, the application of technology, and the need to ensure that we are the primary investors in our economy. All these things need to come together. But then, even as we do that, I think it's good to remind all of us, policymakers especially, that every unnecessary cost that we remove from doing business adds directly to farmers' incomes and to youth employment and to national food security. So let us continue reforming boldly, and let us strengthen the partnership between the government and the private sector. And let us make this country to be an economy that we can all be proud of. We can do this, and let's start now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Quite exciting. Once again, a round of applause. I think we'll have to have you remain seated here. What I wanted to, maybe what I forgot to mention, the audience, please, if there's something that is not clear, just put it down so that at the end of the panel discussion, we'll have an opportunity to at least have those questions put forward so that the panelists can be able to attend to them. Now, in the next session now, I want to invite the panelists, starting from PS. PS, State Department of MSMEs. Susan. No? Susan, please don't let us down. Uh-oh. Okay. I hope she'll be joining us. Let me then invite the Director General, the Competition Authority of Kenya, CAK, David Kibet Kimei. David? Round of applause, all right? Yeah. Let me also invite the Director, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KNCCI, Lucy Muthoni. Lucy? Lucy Muthoni. She's not in? Okay. Let me also invite then the CEO, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Carol Karaoke. Carol Karaoke? No? Who is this representative? The person representing Carol. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause. Let me give you this mic so that you introduce yourself. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Obare. My name is Linda Olwoch from Kenya Tea Growers Association, and I have the honor of representing Carol today and giving the private sector perspective from tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next, let me invite to the panel deck the Senior Advisor, Policy and Institutional Capacity Development, Josephine Songa. Josephine. A round of applause for Josephine. Karibu sana. All right. So we have had the a general presentation from the CEO, Kenya Cereals Growers Association, and our discussion is going to be leveraging on what he has just said. I'm going to pose some questions, and this question will guide then your kind of discussion on the same. Let me start with the Director General, Competition Authority of Kenya. All right, David, thank you. For 4 minutes, please. We've heard that market access is crucial for growth. What proactive measures is the CEO, or rather the CAK, implementing to ensure small and medium-sized agribusiness can compete fairly against larger established players, especially when it comes to accessing retail and wholesale markets? David?
Thank you, Professor Obare. My name is David Kimei, Director General, Competition Authority of Kenya. First and foremost, let me salute ASNET for organizing this 5th National Agricultural Summit and giving CAK a platform to speak to market access. Competition Authority of Kenya was actually established by Chapter 504 of the Laws of Kenya way back in 2010 when we inaugurated our constitution and started operating in 2012. We have two twin mandates. The first one is to promote and protect competition in the Republic, and the other one is actually to protect consumer welfare. I will be speaking on the basis of those two when responding to the question. Because of the 4 minutes that I've been given, I'll be willing to share my presentation so that I can be able to summarize in the interest of time. Suffice to say that market access is a key enabler of economic growth, particularly in agribusiness, where value chains are often dominated by large farms, most of whom are vertically integrated, thereby controlling 2 or more stages in the supply chain. The Competition Act mandates the authority to eliminate barriers to market entry, as well as ensure trading is conducted fairly. This is especially important in the agricultural sector where micro, small, and medium enterprises struggle to gain fair access to input supply in the agribusiness sector. Some actions that we have taken proactively by CAK, and I'll list them so that I can share the presentation later. The first one, we have put in measures to deter what we call buyer power abuse. And this refers to where you have large companies actually having unfair practices, trade practices, vis-a-vis the small farms. So we created that department to be able to deal with such abusive trading practices against small companies, and we do that throughout the Republic. The second aspect that we have also done as CAK is to undertake market studies and policy advocacy in agricultural value chain. We recently concluded a study on animal feed. We are doing something on seed sector. And we have done quite a number of studies there. And these have given us insights as to what is going on in terms of fair competition. And it has given us the platform also to recommend policy interventions that support our small enterprises. Number 3, also, when we are dealing with mergers and acquisitions in the country, we have deliberately excluded small and scale enterprises by raising the thresholds that we require for us to undertake a serious analysis and allow companies to merge as we look at the effect on competition and the public interest issues when we are dealing with mergers and acquisition. In other words, we are saying we have exempted all small and micro enterprises to continue to merge and grow without requiring rigorous competition issues to be looked into to enable them to actually merge and grow. And the last one is on investigations that we carry to eliminate restrictive trade practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Remember again, let me just summarize from the key note presentation. I think one of the issue that was brought forward was the food import bill is quite high. And then there are quite a big number of statutes and rules that kind of like regulate the movement of product from region to region, limited access to finances, and compliance costs appear to be high as well. So thank you, David, for highlighting what you are doing, and I guess that's quite interesting. So we didn't have Lucy, right? Lucy Muchoki? No, okay. So, KEPSA. All right, now, having had what Anthony, the keynote presentation, what David has also mentioned. Now, the public-private partnerships are often cited as a key lever. Could you provide concrete example of successful PPT that has lowered the cost of doing business for agribusinesses? And in addition to that, what were the critical success factors that could be replicated in other agricultural value chains? 4 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Obare. Allow me to once again introduce myself. My name is Linda Olwach, the Chief Executive of Kenya Tea Growers Association. I join the rest of the panelists and participants in appreciating ASNET's efforts at promoting public-private dialogue through this National Agribusiness Summit. Allow me to introduce KTGA. So KTGA represents the large-scale tea growers. These are companies, as Mr. Kemei has mentioned, some of them, they're large, not entirely vertically integrated. So we have farms and factories. So at least at those 2 levels of production, KTGA are players. We are members of ASNET, and we are also members of KEPSA. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm delighted to be representing the private sector's voice in that capacity and speaking in the slot that Carol was to have spoken in. What does KTGA do? So we represent the large-scale growers in this kind of engagements, in discussions with government. But we also supply the very beautiful views that you see when you're driving through Kericho, through C23 in Ikonge, Sutik, Limuru, and Nandi Hills. But we also manufacture tea, we process tea, which is largely an export commodity. So to briefly touch on your first question, what has the industry done to ensure improved access to markets for the large-scale producers, but also the small-scale tea growers who supply tea to some of our members who are large-scale for manufacture and marketing? What we've done is invest substantially in various standards. Some of them are local compliance standards, and others are international certification standards. These are critical for accessing many of the key markets that our tea needs to go into as an export commodity. And being an export sector, then this takes me to an answer to your question about Mr. Kyoko's presentation. What is the impact of this multiple regulatory centers and regulatory costs? And that will lead me into answering your question about what successful public-private partnerships have there been to help reduce the costs. So first, in terms of the investment by industry in sustainability, public-private dialogue has been useful, most recently to amplify the high cost of compliance with various international standards. And this success recently saw the imposition of a suspension on one of the standards which it was felt was unreasonably costly. The industry's investment in sustainability is widespread. So as I speak to you, upwards of 70% of our tea is certified and compliant with global sustainability requirements. This points to some level of maturity which, if acknowledged, should ensure that the costs we continue to incur for sustainability compliance are not too high. But we have continued to face the challenge of very high compliance costs with international certification standards. So public-private dialogue has been useful in this sense in terms of arriving at a workable framework to reduce the costs of compliance with those standards and to explore a framework where our local sustainability measures can then be amplified at a global level. I understand Kenya Flower Council, who are represented in the room, have successfully championed a standard which has achieved global recognition through public-private dialogue and public-private partnership. And we believe that is an opportunity from which tea can learn so that we reduce our compliance costs globally. Now over to the many costs at both national and county government level. We have successfully, under ASNET, we gave our input into the process that led to the enactment of the County Government's Uniform Licensing Procedures Bill. The intention of this legislation being that it will harmonize the processes that counties undertake when introducing any license fees or charges on businesses, so both large and small businesses which operate at county level. Why is there a need to harmonize? First, to give predictability. I think business, including agribusiness, requires predictability for it to be viable and profitable. But secondly, so that we minimize the cost impact that complying with all these regulations at county and national level has on the competitiveness of the businesses in the market. So where have I seen success? I think the passage of that legislation is one instance of success at public-private dialogue, public-private partnership, and not at an institutionalized level, but at a partnership level in terms of dialogue between ASNET, the government, and the private sector players. Thank you. I do hope I've captured the essence of your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda. Josephine, thank you very much. I believe you also have heard now from even the keynote presentation, CAK, CAPSA, and so on. So when you look back, reflecting a little bit, it appears like access to finance remains a major hurdle. How can agribusinesses more effectively leverage linkages with donor partners and advisory firms, not just for direct funding, but also to build internal systems and financial discipline needed to attract sustainable long-term commercial investment? Do we need somewhere also some capacity building inbuilt into the whole system? Josephine? 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. If I can introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Josephine Songa from Kaizen Topmark. I've been in the agriculture sector for many years. Kaizen Topmark is a company which supports various organizations in different spaces, mostly in the area of policy, areas of linking those organizations to government, developing seed systems, among other functions. But today I'm mainly here because of the issue of business and how policy facilitates that. So to respond to your question, definitely access to finance is a major issue. It's been a big issue in this country for a long time. But I think the main issue really is about the readiness rather than the availability to the finance. Readiness is an issue because a number of organizations are in the business space, but they are really not ready to access the finance. The finance is there. Many financial institutions have funding ready to, just to deliver to whoever is ready. So how do donor linkages and advisory services or advisory linkages help really to prepare these agribusinesses to be ready to receive funding, like from banks? So for donor organizations, based on my experience, many years back I worked in Agra, and one of the ways that we would support is really to provide partial guarantees to these businesses. And in essence, in that way, we made them, those businesses to be much more attractive to the, to the banks, because most of these businesses are really considered to be very risky. So by providing partial guarantees, we made it easier for them to really access funding. Another way of de-risking these small businesses was through provision of technical assistance and also through provision of capacity building so that, these banks can feel more confident to really provide funding to them. Now, advisory services are also very, very critical, or rather linkages to, these advisory services. They are very critical because they assist these companies in terms of helping them to, have systems in place that make them more appealing to these funding organizations. And some of these systems include, ensuring that their financial systems are really sound, and also helping them. I remember when I was working at ACF as an investment committee member, we actually used to help these small businesses to really come up with bankable business plans. Because, if a funding organization wants to give money, you really need to convince them that you know what you want to do with that money in such a way that you can be able to generate enough profit to pay back. So these advisory services are very, very critical. They're also important because they help some of these digital platforms that, our government has come up with, such as the business registration. To actually, you can register your company very, very easily online, but some of the companies may not really. So there are other tools that have come up which are really making access funding. We know that collateral has been a problem for a long time. There is the, what is a tool called the movable, it's called what? It's the, yes, movable securities. You really be able to access funding by just using this movable. You can use your crop, you can use your livestock, you can even use intellectual property like trademarks. You can use those as security and making it possible to those are some of the ways that advisory linkages can really help.
Right now, Anthony Kyoko, who raises that interest rates are quite, and yet we are hearing from Joseph to funds is very easy. Can you please try to explain to us why this friction?
Thank you, Prof. I wouldn't think it is friction per se. I think it is probably who is talking to who. Because it might be quite easy, and I'm not saying, I did mention in my presentation about, blend and finance, which is what I think she has attempted to explain, where those actors who may not access financing in the traditional sense have opportunities. In my own organizations, we have assisted farmers, for example, to access assets such as tractors. We've worked with Hello Tractor, for example, where the tractor itself is part of the collateral that they are going to need, but then it's also backed very quickly by capacity building and technical assistance that is going to ensure that they are able to repay for that loan. I think she did mention about the profitability as one of the assurances that one would require to demonstrate so that the lender is comfortable to do that. But then there is also the other category of lenders. I was recently in a conversation where someone attempted to impress on me that institutions such as AFC, for example, Agriculture Finance Corporation, has got loans that farmers can access for single-digit interest rates. Well, I haven't attempted to secure a loan from that, but then what they also told me, which now explains my point about it depends on who is talking to who, was that for them, the only collateral they are going to recognize is a title deed. Now, over half of all grain produced in this country, according to our survey, is on leased land, at least the commercially produced grain, meaning that that farmer does not hold a title deed to the piece of land on which they are carrying out the production. So immediately, that sort of farmer is knocked out. So profit's a question of balancing out about what it is that you want to achieve in this access that we are talking about. And then also ensure that the right people are in the right rooms having the right conversations. That's how you're going to end up with serious movement in trying to address that problem.
Thank you very much. So now I think we have about 15 or so minutes, and I want to engage also the audience. Maybe about 3 questions to the panelists. If you can be just very specific, brief, and to the point, and identify the individual panelists to whom the question is directed. That will help us a lot.
Thank you very much.
You are audible.
Thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Koskei, representing Karen Roses. My question literally is going to Mr. Kioko. Can you hear me? Mr. Kioko of Association of Cereal Growers.
Yes.
And second question is going to Competition Authority. So question to Mr. Kioko. I'm a farmer, other than a business person or in horticulture, I'm a farmer personally. We are not failing the association on the ground, one. Secondly, we are about to harvest wheat and maize. And as the PS had said, the brokers are on the ground to dictate the prices. What measures have you taken to curb that? On the exports, it's called the Competition Authority.
CAK.
Yes. Other than a farmer, I'm a consultant, a sales consultant for startups, especially on dairy industry. And we've had challenges on at times because most of the startups are doing 500 liters to 1,000 liters on adding value to milk. Basically making yogurt and cheese and mala. Now, there is this component that is added to the product, which is the milk powder. You've talked basically on exports, but now we have a challenge also of controls on imports. We are not getting that component, it's controlled. So unless you are a major player in the dairy industry, and you're doing 100,000 liters plus, we are not able to get the milk powder as the major component of adding value most of the yogurts and lala. So what also measures are you taking to make sure that we as small scale producers, the likes of milk sheds, are getting the products without controls? Thank you very much.
Very, very interesting 2 questions. Next, please indicate the individual panelists to whom the question is directed, and be brief. Just maybe one.
Hello. Mine is a general question. The agriculture sectors. Right now, in Kenya, there's a narrative, or let me say, there's something going on in Kenya here, land division. The other day we sat with the FAO organization. We are talking about the issue of agricultural lands, especially in Kenya here. If you see a place like Kisii, the land is becoming scarcity. Some few years, Kisii will be a slum. Will be a slum. So, as agriculture expert people, we need to come up with good policy to make sure that where there is agricultural lands, we need to put it aside. We need to do like Israel. We don't have to have this what we call a narrative. I want to own a land. In fact, that's the way to go. Right now, if you go to Kiambu here, it's just near here. Everything is just focusing building houses. What about the next generation? Do you think we are going to eat those houses? That's my question, my concern.
That was a concern and a comment. The third one, there is one, and then a fourth one at the end there, and then we come back to the panelists. Oh, okay.
So, thank you. My name is Eric Okelo. My question is addressed to either David or Josephine Matters policy. They mentioned, they were speaking to policy and studies. And I heard the CS presenting on an average farmer in Kenya being at 64. And we are talking about matters innovation and youth inclusion so that we can ensure some sustainability. we cannot lie to each other. We have a lot of papers around research and the policy. But then how can we domesticate this to the smallholder farmer at the level of our youth so that they can also get the framework of how they can get well accommodated into the agriculture space for us to have a number getting attracted into the space and we arrive at the production that we are looking at.
Thank you. Josephine, that one is directed to you. Just put it down, please.
Thank you. My name is Bernard Obuge, a director with Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Trans Nzoia County. I think my biggest interest, I'll ask a question to David or any government representative. The cost of doing business is very, very high, and the ambiguity of licensing or regulations. It takes quite a long time in this country to get registered and continue with business. But in other countries, even a day is enough for us to get a license and do business. Kindly, maybe we will know that if Bwana David can answer that, or Madam Susan later, we will be very happy as business people to do business at a lower cost and also access licenses as fast as possible. Thank you.
So why is the cost of doing business very high? I think that is what he's trying to ask. All right. So, and lastly, yeah. Whoa. There, the lady at the back. Specific, brief.
Yes, I'll try to be very brief. My question has to do with our planning units. I hear us talking about agribusiness in Kenya, tea growing in Kenya, but is it possible for us as a sector to adopt the counties as the planning units, in the sense that we talk about agribusiness in County X? Are we talking about agribusiness, maybe the farmers in tomato agribusiness in County, say Kiambu County? Are we talking about maize farming in Machakos County? So that this focus would help reach out to the people at the local levels, the farmers at the lowest levels, and enable a county to discuss agriculture issues or agribusiness issues from an entire county perspective, as opposed to the national perspective, which is out there. But what will really help us go deeper in solving the problems is if we go deeper into the counties, maybe? Yeah.
Right. Those were heavy. I mean, I guess I believe you captured the questions. If it will not be possible to cover all, I guess you'll be available, and the audience participants can always get in touch. So where do we start from? Anthony, they were quite heavy questions. Maybe if you can just summarize the key ones, the key points that the questioner can take home.
Thank you, Prof. Let me just respond to the question from Elizabeth, because that was very specific to us. Issues to do with land subdivision, youth involvement, cost of doing business. I think my colleague can get to address such. What we're doing about the maize and wheat subsectors, because you say you are a farmer in those two, I would be happy to know where you come from, but it doesn't matter for now. I'll tell you what we're doing. For wheat, we have a very elaborate program that we implement. I would be surprised that if you are not aware of what we are doing in wheat especially, and if you are farming wheat, because we have an arrangement with the government and the Cereal Millers Association, where, because you may have seen what I had put up there, part of what was making Kenya red is because we import close to 90% of the wheat that we consume in this country. And the 10% that we produce, we still work so hard to ensure that it remains viable. And what we're doing is we have a conversation where the millers, under what we call a duty remission scheme, which is managed by the National Treasury, but regulated by the Agriculture and Food Authority, have a formal structure around which they are able to buy the local wheat first before then they are allowed to import the difference for their milling needs. Now, as part of that process, as an association, we are required to maintain a farmer register. So we have a register that contains virtually all the wheat farmers in the country, and which we then present to the millers for them to source their local wheat quota from before then they are allowed to import. And there is a conversation which has in the past passed through the Competition Authority of Kenya, which agrees on the base price which all millers are supposed to buy at. So of all value chains, wheat is not one of the value chains that I expect that there is a problem with the pricing, and the pricing is arrived at after determining the cost of production and what is likely needed to be imported. And so that's quite elaborate. I'm happy to engage with you after this and help you to understand who is your local contact person that you can be able to fully benefit from that. About maize, not as elaborate, obviously, because unlike wheat, which is all imported when it's not produced locally and imported from overseas, a lot of the maize that is imported into this country, 15 to 20% of it, of our national demand, comes from the region. And PS Muhwana, Dr. Muhwana was very clear that maize from Uganda is maize from Kenya. You cannot discriminate. However, what we do is to ensure that we still create some awareness about what is required in terms of the market opportunities, the trends, and so on. But we have realized that one of the easiest way to win for our local maize farmers is to try to bridge the gap between what research tells us and what farmers are able to realize, because it's easier for farmers to win at the time of production when they have enhanced productivity rather than expecting that the market is going to support a very high price, because the prices can come up and down. However, we have an ongoing conversation again with the the Cereal Millers Association. We were supposed to actually have a meeting last week in Eldoret where we are needed to discuss this. Maybe it's going to happen in the next few days, because on Tuesday or Monday next week, we have a meeting again in Eldoret to discuss about wheat. We have the AFA and the cereal millers. In other words, there is a lot that is happening. The only challenge might mean that my organization is not very good at communicating what it is that we are doing. And maybe that is something that even as I answer you, I'm taking back as feedback. You're not hearing us, you're not feeling us, yet there is a lot. We have 130 field staff who are working across the country. So there is something to be said about how we can make ourselves more visible to the clients, to the farming community. I thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I think very provocative, but I think he got the message and he's promised he's going to take it back to the office, and visibility from the council will be pronounced, I believe, yeah? Pronounced, but then effective as well, right? David, what can you say? I think there was a question directed to you, maybe in 2-3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Gideon Obari, again, for giving me the chance to respond to 1 or 2 questions that have been directed at the Competition Authority of Kenya. The first one has to do with the one of the ingredients that is used in value addition for yogurt and the rest that you mentioned, that it is controlled. That for us constitutes a breach of our competition laws, and how we deal with it is first, we have, because of cross-border, aspects of competition, we have a collaboration with 3 other regional competition authorities. Starting at home, we have East African Competition Authority, which we collaborate to deal with such controls that are cross-border. Another one that also we are part of an economic bloc is COMESA, Competition Commission. And just like after a week ago, Kenya assumed the presidency of the summit. Again, those regional issues, we deal with it because again, we have our companies here in Kenya that trade across these regions. At the continental level, and Africa is coming strong on competition issues, we now have AFCFTA, African Free Trade Area competition policy, which touches on all sectors, not only agriculture. Again, this is where we speak into so that issues of controls like that can be dealt with so that even our small businesses can benefit. So what I'm saying is that that will be addressed. In East Africa, we have 2 biannual meetings at the table to make sure that we push and ensure that all non-tariff barriers, like the one you're talking about, are actually dealt with so that our businesses, whether small or big, actually are able to deal with that. I think that is the most crucial one that I mentioned. I think the other one will be the cost of doing business. Again, I think that basically would be answered more by somebody from the ministry, but I know our Ministry of Trade and the other ministries are really working on this issue. I think some of the initiatives they've taken is, one of them is to have a one-stop shop where you go in and you get almost all you need. I think what we really need to deal with is the cost elements of it, of the entire process, so that again we can reduce the cost of business. I think that cost of business issue is also being dealt with at macro level, and that's why you see the government is doing a lot of many issues to try and reduce the cost of doing business. But in terms of competition, those are the policies that actually we engage the national government to ensure that the cost of doing business comes down, as is the desire. Actually, it is one of the benefits that our consumers, when really prices come down, and that's what we really are looking forward to. Thank you very much. I think those are the 2 issues I wanted to speak
Yeah, very good. I think making reference also to this speech, and also behind the scenes kind of like consultation. I think what he said is just come, bring your suggestion. What do you think? What do you think needs to be done? Don't wait until a policy has been designed, instruments in place, and then you start asking how about when the horse has already kind of like left the whatever it is called, its house. Okay, what is it? I think they possibly direct to you, or you want to go first? 2 minutes maybe?
There's a question from some young man at the back. It was on policy. Yeah. Whether this is on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have audible.
I think your question is activity of the youth in the policies that are developed or implementation of the same. It's that any good policy must be as inclusive as possible. So definitely, if there is any policy where youth were not in policy was not well developed, just the same way you can a policy be developed without need? A policy has to be need-driven. So in the same way, the players that are going to be involved in implementing that policy sure the youth are central to that. So you need to be included in any policy development, and there is a plan for them being included in its implementation. Thank you.
I think I can agree with you totally, because any policy instrument, government policy instrument, I think it mentions something to do with empowerment of the youth in terms of employment and so on. But I guess maybe the problem is the translation of these statements into tangible outcomes, right? Great. There was something directed to you?
Yes, I think there was a general question to the panel regarding why the cost of doing business is very high.
Yeah.
As well as one regarding why is it not possible in Kenya to speedily register a business and start operations. I think this can be assessed at county level. I understand from conversations with some of the county level players that in Murang'a County, you should be able to get a license within a day. Should we then be measuring the performances of counties on that basis? And what about if we measure the performance of regulatory agencies on that basis, so that when the Water Resources Authority increases the water tariffs, then we assess how many additional businesses have they connected to water supply, or how well have they enabled businesses to grow by their services. I think one concern is we do not have a mechanism to measure performance of regulatory agencies. If I speak, for example, of NEMA, National Environmental Management Authority, whose role is supposed to be to facilitate you as a business to achieve environmental compliance or to put in place measures to ensure environmental compliance. How is their performance measured? Is it by how many additional businesses they have enabled to meet environmental compliance? Because that would be a useful performance metric. Instead, they can review their costs as high as possible, and a lot of the times you're faced with the risk of facilitating to get a service, as opposed to it being coming from their end, that they should speedily process your requests as part of facilitating business and facilitating growth and development. I think that requires a much bigger conversation. But I agree with you, our cost of doing business is quite high. Speaking for tea, it is the reason it is quite difficult to value add locally. So as it is, producing the tea that we're producing in bulk is already it's already being done at a very high cost. So by the time you have the tea, you already have a very high cost raw material. How can you then competitively value add so that it competes with other commodities in the market? This is a real problem, because some of the reasons we are advised Central Africa, for example, does not consume tea from Kenya is because Kenya tea, the price you would need to sell Kenyan tea at in those markets is not a price that those markets can afford. Why? The cost of producing the tea is quite high.
Okay. Here I see some two divergence, kind of like opinions or suggestions. David says there is this suggestion of a one shop whereby one can be able to get all these licenses almost immediately. You are saying, okay. I think what we're getting is that the cost of doing business is just because of this lots of layers where one has got to go through. Which is which? When do we have this one shop so that at least the participants can be able to hold you accountable, not you as an individual, the CAK. And then I think there was a question which was asked, what should be the planning, where should we start the planning from? Is it at the county level or at the national level? Now, what I'll do is maybe we'll start your own opinion about that question as we conclude, so that if you are not If the answer is not convincing enough, I think we can always come back to the panelists. Please make also reference to one passing comment. The land is being divided left, right and center. Kisii is becoming a slum. Maybe when you are just answering that, make reference to possibly the Act of Parliament which has been signed and whether it will have a bearing to is concerned. So we start from Josephine, your closing remarks. With regard to some of the questions that have been asked, right? And you did mention something to do with the capacity building and cost of doing business and so on. So generally, your closing remark, how do we improve the benefits by way of then reducing the cost of doing business from your own perspective?
From my own perspective, I think one way of reducing the cost of doing business, the government has undertaken some reforms. From my side, the area that I would have been having concerns about, there is this, the National Electronic regulations. I think those have addressed one of the major causes of which were increasing the cost of doing business.
Right.
But the big issue that lies there is, are any of these businesses really aware of that particular reform so that they can be able to benefit from it? So for me, the issue is awareness creation about these reforms that the government has undertaken in order to reduce the cost of doing business.
Great.
Yes.
50 seconds.
Yes, so my response would directly be to her question about where should we begin our planning. I'd like to illustrate why for tea, beginning at the county level has presented challenges. All the different counties are laying their claim to agriculture as a devolved function. What has this led to? It means they are imposing all this fees, levies, and charges on every aspect of agricultural production. So as a tea processor, you're going to be charged land rates, which they will unduly increase because of the large area of county land you're occupying, because they're trying to enhance their revenues. For the tea to come from the farm to get to your factory, it will probably use a road. Sometimes a county road, occasionally, a lot of the times a national road. The county will charge you a very high transport license to the transporter, a very high monthly permit fee to the tea processor. They will charge you high license fees as a processor. They will charge your factory separately, your tea shop that is on the same factory door separately. Any storage for fuel within your operations that is facilitating your tea activities will be charged separately. They will charge you for your own vehicles transporting tea. That will be charged a full entire charge as though it's a commercial transport business separately.
Yeah, thank you very much.
They are also proposing cents. So
yeah.
the concern is at county level, the result is a multiplicity of charges that is not sustainable for business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David, 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think for planning, we have a national policy that really seeks to integrate national planning with the county planning, and therefore that should dictate where the planning should flow through so that it is integrated right from county to the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Anthony, 10 seconds.
Actually less than 10 according to Mwakazi, but just the land subdivision issue, I think the only comment I can make about that is that we need to very much look at the underlying causes of the land subdivision. So sometimes telling people just stop land subdivision in itself cannot cut. So I think there is opportunity for that, and we look forward to being part of any ensuing conversations around that.
Thank you all. Let's give a round of applause to all panelists and the audience as well. Thank you very much, MC.
Many thanks. A big round of applause for the moderator, Professor Obade. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. And for the panelists, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, your timer, get your phones. Timer, 2:20. 2:20, 2:20, 2:20. Let's meet here at 2:20 exactly to kick off. It's going to be a very exciting, engaging, and interactive session in the afternoon, so we don't want you to miss that. 2:20. Now, we're ready for lunch. I'd kindly request, as you leave, make sure that you get your meal voucher. Now, this is for those who made their payment registration. That's very important. If you didn't make it, there's still a chance. Winnie and Henry will be out to help you on that. For the rest of us, get your meal voucher. Let's meet here at 2:20. 2:20, 2:20. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. 2:20.
Confirming that one of the panelists is here. My name is Dionysia Ntwerwaki. I work for the State Department for Agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture. And okay, for me, having also been one of the organizers, I'm really expecting that we are going to come up with tangible results, tangible impact points that are not just conference points, but points that can impact on the way we do things in agriculture, in livestock production, and of course that can guide policymakers. Thank you.
That was Dionysia. Wow. Panelists, did you hear that? Dionysia is saying we don't want conference points. We want impact points. I hope you have those ready. Are we, did we that? Okay. Dr. Mujibi, are you ready? Not yet, okay. All right, so we'll get another, this is very important for you panelists, so that as you speak, we've been told already, no conference points. Impact points, that's what we need. Let me come to this particular side just to get the feel on the ground. So, there we go, sir. What's your name?
My name is Amos Meli from the State Department for Agriculture.
Your expectation?
My expectation is to have practical solutions from this conference. Thank you.
Meli, right there. You see? Practical solutions again. Not theoretical solutions, but practical solutions. Working. Action. That's what we're looking at. It's 3 minutes past 3 p.m. We want to hear the keynote address, and then from the keynote address, we're able to gather a couple of points so that we can come up with what Dionysia is saying. Impact points. And the panelists are already ready, just waiting for our keynote speaker to be settled. But in the meantime, just listening, picking from Meli on practical points. What are your thoughts? I'm up here. Let me come and I can see. There we go. Talk to us.
Good afternoon. I'm Halima Nenkari from the State Department for Livestock Development, also part of the team. Yes, we need practical solutions, but we also need to see livestock issues being raised, because I think we tend to forget. And one of our biggest challenges is either there are not enough investors, or issues of livestock are not being highlighted as they should be, and considering the kind of GDP that is contributed by the sector, it is not getting what the sector is not getting the resources and the publicity that it deserves. Yet every meal that we take, there is milk, there is meat, there is eggs, and then we forget the farmer or the pastoralist. So we really need to see what is the best way forward. What is this that will unlock the potential in the livestock sector? So that is my expectation. Thank you. Halima Nenkari.
Halima, a big round of applause for Halima. Looking at that, yeah. What is that will unlock the potential in the livestock industry? All right, thank you so much. Dr. Mujibi, are you ready? Ready? Fantastic. Thank you so much. You can actually just come down here and make your presentation so that we can see you as well and appreciate your deliberations. We're ready to learn. Dear panelists also, let's be ready. All right. You can come down here. A big round of applause for Dr. Mujibi. Thank you so much. Dr. Dennis Mujibi, Associate Director, Strathmore Agri-Food Innovation Center, focusing on pastoral markets development in Kenya, opportunities for the private sector. Go ahead, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Johnston. I might take a slightly more time than 15 minutes.
What do you mean more time? How much do you need?
Most likely 20 minutes.
20 minutes, all right.
Okay. Okay. This is an unfamiliar stance, presenting looking up, but I'll try my best. Next slide. So my name is Dennis Mujibi, and I'm Associate Director. Next slide. I'm Associate Director at Strathmore Agri-Food Innovation Center. At Strathmore, we work with farmers at the center. We work with farmers to help transform systems, especially different value chains. We have 4 pillars that we focus on. One of them is data, insights. One of the biggest shortcomings of our agricultural system is that we don't have good, accurate data. We are trying to do, on our part, our small bit, to ensure that the ecosystem has accurate data. The second pillar that we have is business development. We are based in a business school, and agriculture is big business, but we conduct it in a way that the business component doesn't come out. And so by the center being based at the business school, we want to accelerate small businesses to a point where they can be able to be transformative. Most of our businesses are below $20 million. They're actually not small businesses, they're micro businesses. We want to find modalities to grow these businesses to become $1 million, $20 million and above. The other thing that we do is we look at market intelligence. What is the market saying? If we are going to grow agriculture, we must listen to the market. We must grow for the market. Market signal transcends everything, okay? We don't produce and then look for market. We have to find the market and then produce. And lastly, because we are in a university, we are big on research and innovation brokerage, okay? Those are our 4 pillars. One of our biggest enablers is a community of practice. Our community of practice called Agricultural Markets Data for Innovation and Growth attempts to bring all sectoral players together so that people can co-create, share data, so that we can be able to do data-driven decision making. I call on all of you to join our community of practice. Please go to the next slide. Our community of practice, so that we can share what you have. You have data that is sitting with you. It is not helping you because it's missing my piece that I have. I've spent a lot of money collecting it. If we put all those different pieces together, we'll get a better understanding of the ecosystem, and we'll take a systems approach, right? Thank you very much. Now I've done my institutional piece. I've finished, so my director will not be mad at me. Now I can go into the topic. Next slide. And next slide. Okay. Somewhere in Australia, southeastern Australia, the year is 2017 to 2019. There is a huge drought. Huge drought. The biggest the region has seen in like 60 years. The ground is parched. There is no moisture. All the crops are drying up. This is livestock country. Animals are at peril. Okay? However, these animals don't die. As you can see in that photo there, that's a line of sheep. That's eastern region of Australia had about 22 million livestock. Do you know how many died in that 3-year period? Only 500,000 animals died. Majority of the herd sees a contraction. 3% of the animals are removed from the area, but through destocking. So the farmers are able to withstand 3 years of drought and only lose about 500,000 animals. That 500,000 actually happened around one morning when a cold weather snap came in. So it is not catastrophic loss. Why did those animals die? On the next set of the picture, you can see a contrast there. There's two pieces of land. One is a paddock that is not irrigated. The other one is an irrigated paddock. Next slide. Let's move to Kenya. The drought of 2020-2023. The worst drought we've seen in 40 years. 5 consecutive failed rain seasons. If you count the way we count our rain seasons, that's 2 in a year. So 5 consecutive failed rain seasons. Animals are dying. Everywhere you move is a carcass, right? People don't know what to do. The government estimates about 2.5 million animals were lost. Other estimates say 40% of the herd was lost. We don't know which one to believe because we have a counting problem. Next slide. Farmers try what they can do. As you can see, people are using sufurias to give water to the animals. Other people are feeding cardboard to the animals just to make them survive. The first ones to die were cattle. Goats and camels survived better. And this has led to a lot of changes in the way pastoral communities are making decisions on livestock mix, which animals to keep going forward. Next slide. Why did Kenya lose the same amount of animals, 3% of the herd by government estimate, the same number as Australia, but this one is through animal deaths, not stocking? The difference is because we practice an extractive production system. Extractive production system, meaning we extract more than we put in. We put very little into the system. We are not optimizing the productivity of the system. We are just extracting. And when you look at it, it is pervasive across value chains, right? Go to maize, you will find exactly the same thing. We extract more than we can put back. And that's why, and that is why our soils are becoming worse and worse every year. Our livestock system is the same. People are running up to the north because they have an order to take animals to the north, to the Middle East, but they are not bothered with where those animals are coming from. They are not bothered with balancing output. They are not bothered with consistency of supply. This creates a problem. Now, if you look at our pastoral systems, I think you've jumped one slide. Please go back one. Okay. If you look at the ecosystem we have in the Asals, those lands are said to be non-productive, non-arable land. But increasing evidence suggests that that land is actually very good. That land can be reclaimed for very good use. This is a desert in China, Maosu Desert, that was completely reclaimed from sand, moving sand dunes to actually a very productive place that has rice, has crabs farming, has all manner of agricultural practices, only in a matter of 40 years. A desert with sand, nothing growing, has been transformed into an oasis. So, by comparison, our asals are nothing in terms of harsh environment compared to that. So we know that we can actually harness the potential of the asals, of the rangelands, if we put in the effort. Next slide. This is the area we're talking about. Those asals, those rangelands. Field of potential waiting to be harnessed. And we've just put there a portfolio of things that can happen in that land if we managed it properly. We are saying farmers must diversify, and therefore farmers typically do production in portfolios. Okay? So if you think about a livestock farmer, he may have another portfolio if the ecosystem is properly managed. If you think about asals, there's potential for food crops, things like millet. If you think about cash crops in those areas, there's many options of sisal, cotton, and things like that, if the ecosystem is properly managed, right? There are other gems that we're not even thinking about or focused on, things like dates and aloe vera. These can be potentially huge value chains that can come out of the asal regions. We've not even begun to think about honey, non-adulterated honey, because there's no spraying of crops up there. So that is pure golden honey, all year round. Not potential, not even scratched. Next slide. Okay, that slide is too wordy. You might not be able to see what is up there. But our national statistics, which I think are quite misleading if you think about it because they are wrong, show the story of Kenya's livestock system. These numbers actually underestimate the potential of livestock in Kenya. If you look at the numbers we put up there in terms of the populations of animals that we have, about 20 million for beef, about 30 million for shorts, and so forth. Those numbers underestimate, because once you go to the field and you see what farmers have, you know it is misreported. If you look at the KNBS statistics, you know there's a data problem. We must do something urgent about that. If we really want to create the potential of this livestock system, we must count properly. Let me pick an example. The yield of a sheep in Kenya is about 15 kilos carcass weight. The same amount if you go to other places like Australia or New Zealand, it's about 45 kilos. We are performing at around 30% of potential, right? The breeds, very adaptive, very good breeds that people pick from here and they go and do things with them. Yeah, there are some colleagues I used to argue with because I used to say, when I was working in some international livestock research institution, saying, guys, we need to focus on red Maasai. It's a novel breed. People are marketing it as their own breed, but it comes from here. Why are we not putting our efforts in marketing novel breeds that we had or that we have? A very interesting story. The Sahiwal breed came from Pakistan. We went, picked germplasm from Pakistan, brought it to Kalro, did beautiful animal improvement, had the best Sahiwal in the world, right? The Pakistanis came to pick our germplasm, take it back to their country. Right now, you can't even compare what we had and what we have now. Lack of focus. So there are things that we have, gems, in our livestock industry that we've so neglected that is a pity why we are losing focus and allowing other people to take advantage of it. This narrative of not focusing on the right things is pervasive. Right now, there's a lot of people running to export goods to the Middle East. Do you know who is selling that? It is not being sold as a Kenyan product. It is getting to Dubai or Saudi, and people are repackaging it and selling it as Australian or New Zealand meat. Why? Because we've been unable to market our own product, right? We have extreme advantages in this system to market our meat as green beef or green meat. Why? Because we know we have some of the lowest carbon footprint in the world in terms of meat production. But are we harnessing that potential? We are not. Next slide. I'm sorry for that slide. It was too wordy. You couldn't read. Next slide, please. So very quickly, I want to show some of the potential that we have, that we are not harnessing. If you look at that slide, it's about the feed sector, forage specifically. The forage that we are able to produce is about 1.5 bales equivalent of feed for our livestock. The demand, given our population of animals, is somewhere about 5.5 billion bales. 5.5 billion. There's a deficit of 3.6 billion bales. Right there, right? If you're an entrepreneur, one of the best things you can do in the Asals is grow grass. You don't even have to grow maize. You don't have to grow tomatoes. They are too difficult. The easiest thing is grass. And right now, you've got all these Arab guys roaming all over looking for grass. People are exporting shiploads of grass. Is this a coordinated effort or is just happenstance? Okay? Huge opportunity. $9 billion industry waiting to be harnessed. Next slide. And there, we have just looked at the transformation readiness of that value chain, right? Everything in that value chain. So what we have there are the nodes of the value chain. Everything in that value chain is broken except consumers. You know that you have ready, willing buyers for the forage, from silage, from hay, from concentrates. All those people are waiting for it because there is not enough. The excess mean those nodes are broken. Those nodes are not operating at optimal levels. Next slide. Right? Look at sheep and goats. How it is seesawing along different years. This is our biggest export commodity in livestock, sheep and goats, right? You can see the density of where those value chains are performing, right? But it represents only 28%. So the beef value chain is still big, especially in the domestic market. Goat and sheep is a bit more expensive, so the demand is much lower, okay? However, it is the biggest export in livestock. Next slide. If you look at it, look at what we are producing and what could be in terms of demand, given current per capita consumption rates, okay? Of about 13 kilos, which is lower, half the African per capita consumption, right? Okay, I'll try and go faster. About 50% of demand, in fact, more than 50% of demand unmet. And right now, in fact, I don't think anybody should be exporting goat because the price domestically is higher than what they'll pay you at export, right? So why are we exporting when we can't meet the local demand? Next slide. The value chain looks okay for some nodes. There are two places where there are big opportunities for investment at the inputs and aggregation level. The people who export, one of their biggest problems is, where are the goats? Where can we find the goats? They can't find them. The farmers have the goats and they're saying, where are the buyers? Broken link there. Next slide. Okay, again. Beautiful. So, all these opportunities. Recently, I don't know if you saw this news story. Somalia's livestock export are hitting $1 billion this year. Right? They're taking advantage of Australia and New Zealand exiting the live, go back to that slide, the live export market. Now, when I was showing this to my students 2 years ago, about 3 years ago when New Zealand and Australia were announcing their intention to exit live exports, I showed students in class and said, this is where you guys need to invest because you're running businesses, right? Some of you are exporting animals. Go there. That is where the opportunities are. Somalia is taking advantage of that. Where are we? Right? Look at our beef, 30% deficit. We're not meeting the market. And hay. These are 3 clear opportunities for private sector to move in right now. Next slide. Now, at Strathmore University, we don't just like to talk and show problems. We solve problems. So what we are doing right now, we are working with exporters of sheep and goat to make them backward integrate, work with pastoralists to solve the problems we are pointing out. We are saying one of the biggest problems farmers have is feed. So can we grow the feed? And they're drilling boreholes in Samburu, in Narok and in Kajiado to ensure that the farmers have enough grass throughout the season. So when a dry spell comes, those farmers will be okay. The other thing they're doing is they're giving these farmers assured market. The farmer knows that come what may, they have a market. And lastly, they are providing animal health services. Every farmer knows that they have access to vaccinations, they have access to medicaments whenever they need them. That is our intervention model. Because of time, I'll not explain it too much, but to say that we are taking a value chain approach and saying the systemic blockages that are hindering farmers, livestock or pastoral farmers from thriving, we will unblock them using some philanthropic money, right, to de-risk the business to take on other functions they normally would not do. Because private sector will see that as a sink. So we give you that money, but on the promise that once you are scaled, those additional functions, you'll take them on. Next slide, please. Next slide. Jump that. Okay. My penultimate slide. When we talk about pastoral systems, we always talk about camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. But there is a value chain that we forget, which is critical to pastoral systems, and this is poultry. Poultry has not typically been embraced in pastoral system because many of them look at it as a bad traditionally, but things are changing. The women in pastoral systems can swear by the chickens because they know when the children are sick with flu, the chicken stock cures that. And so they've embraced it. It is my dream to see a Samburu Moran carrying a chicken. The day I see that, I'll see my work. I have ultimately achieved my work. Because I know this is one of the biggest diversification moves that we can do in the pastoral systems. Next slide. I think is the last slide. Okay. I'll not dwell on this. But what we were doing is just mapping out what are those opportunities that private sector can move on right now. The critical ones, where you know you'll make money without too much risk, right? Feeds, okay? Aggregation and offtake, health and veterinary services. As a private sector player, if you go into Mandera, Samburu, Isiolo, Turkana, you will make money without too much risk doing those services. But there are other services that you can provide. Fattening, right? Processing and value addition. Providing waterworks, which is a public good, so that's government's role. And other associated services are things, right, that private sector should be doing now. We've mapped this out and we would love to have conversation with the private sector, how we further develop these pastoral systems of ours. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking too much time.
Wow, so enlightening. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Dr. Mujibi. Please, welcome to the panel. Absolutely, questions from the audience will be coming. Okay, waiting for that day, we'll see a Moran carrying a chicken. Very interesting. It's going to be interesting. That was AI though, right? Generated from, because I was like, what? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll now get to the panel discussion. I'll give you about 2 minutes. Just talk to us about what you do and just your quick reflections, highlights from what you heard from Dr. Mujibi's presentation. We'll start with you, sir. There you go.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is George Kaburu. I work with the Equity Bank. I sit with the Food and Agriculture Department that has different specialists. I'm the livestock specialist in the bank. I'm stationed here at head office. So for Equity Bank, when you look at the structure has a food and agriculture department that in turn has about 9 value chains that we support. Each has an RM or a champion. Just to mention tea and coffee, dairy, livestock, horticulture, floriculture, farm inputs. So the bank has a very deliberate effort in line with the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan. That is what we call the ARRP. And our conversation today is firmly anchored within the Marshall Plan. Agriculture takes the first pillar of the bank, and by 2030, the business of the bank should have attained 30%. So the bank is very deliberate and focused in ensuring that we optimize on the agri value chains and we support these ecosystems. So my take from Daktari's presentation, I've picked that the per capita consumption of these proteins is a bit low. And when you look at the trajectory of population growth vis-a-vis the per capita consumption, there's still room to grow and optimize. So when I look at my desk, handling poultry, handling the live stock of camel, handling the shoats, the sheep and goats, pigs, apiculture, BSF, there's quite a lot of opportunities that we are yet to tap. There are still quite a number of clients that we must support to ensure that we are in line with the food and nutritional security and safety. So I want to appreciate the figures. I want to appreciate the whole spectrum of livestock, which is, as I have said, in the DNA of the bank, in terms of how do we progress, how do we view livestock ecosystems as a bank, right from the input side, the farm input, which anchors the entire value chain. And I'm happy for the figures of fodder, for example, because we cannot talk of livestock without discussing the fodder deficit that we have as a country. But we also don't want to stop there. We want to move at the husbandry level, at the production level. What are these needs that our farmers have at the production level? How do we support them to intensify? How do we also link them up with the buyers, the off-takers? Who is transporting these animals from the farms to the slaughterhouses and to the market?
Right.
Who is taking advantage of, say, hides and skins? Who is taking advantage of these other benefits from animals? What is the role of the youth, for example, in the livestock production systems? What attracts the youth and the young people? On the space of digitization, at what point can our youth also contribute? I've seen applications where we procure meats through apps.
Absolutely,
exactly. Yeah. So there's quite a lot that we do as a bank, also in the digital space, to ensure that we are in tandem with how the industry is dynamic and how the industry is moving, and also creating and curating solutions that actually speak to these changes. so that, as I said, by 2030, we have a role as a bank to ensure that we contribute sufficiently to the GDP of our country.
2030, okay. A big round of applause for George, Equity Bank. If you have any questions for George, please, you can utilize the Menti platform. It's on the screen. Just via your phone, you can start with George and then the question, okay? Up next.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Mine would maybe start with thanking the participants and thanking the organizers of this
If you could
forum.
kindly start with introducing yourself, please.
Sure. I was coming to that.
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to thank everybody, the participants, the sponsors, for providing this platform in which we can be able to engage on very key issues which are going to drive the sector forward, and more so from the ASAL areas. So my name is David Mujigo. I work in the Ministry of Agriculture. Currently, I'm holding the position of Acting Director, Research and Innovation. But let me just mention that in my previous life, I worked as an epidemiologist where we quantify, disease burdens, and that is zeroing down on data, collecting data. And that is why I think my presence here is very much aligned to the discussion theme for today. We will be discussing data and innovations and how that can then be used to unlock the potential that exists in the ASAL areas. I've been in this ministry or this sector for the last 25 years. I've acted as a policy advisor in some of the projects which have been implemented at county level, where we were moderating the conversation between development partner-supported projects, the county governments, and the private sector, so that we are able to optimize on make the best value from the money which is actually invested in those parts of the county level. I've also participated in setting up quarantine stations. Quarantine stations, maybe for a simpler way to look at it, is holding grounds where you hold the animals. They are kind of checked to ensure that they do not have any disease which can then be, contaminate the final product. And also, as we are exporting the live animals, ensure that those live animals we don't export the meat, at the same time export the diseases. So setting up of quarantine station was a very dear agenda for me. I supported a number of entrepreneurs to set up quarantine stations, and then were able to access markets in the Middle East. In my last working station, I also participated in setting up a traceability system for livestock products, so that at the end of the day, that was a requirement to be able to penetrate emerging markets in the Middle East and also in Europe, but starting with the Middle East, where you can be able to trace the interventions which were carried out more so on the sheep and goat and also on beef during its lifetime, so that you can then be able to assure the consumer that interventions which were carried out did not interfere with the safety of that particular product when it reaches the shelves, that the draw periods and others that are supposed to be observed before a product is presented to the consumer were actually observed. Currently, in my current position, actually trying to moderate or to mitigate, try to drive the process of how technology, innovations, management practices, which have been generated over time. You'll agree with me, there are so many projects which have been carried out in Kenya under different titles and funded by different development partners. And those projects have generated what we refer to as teams, in short, technology, innovation, management practices, and those have been generated at a very small scale, so that most of those then, the monies which were committed, the monies which were invested, would need to be scaled up, and that would need to be done by other investors and more so the private sector. And within that project, my previous project, we worked along or under the theme of de-risking entrepreneurs ensuring that these entrepreneurs are able to work comfortably with the counties by ensuring that the policies which are actually developed are friendly, and I think that was mentioned earlier during the opening session by our minister, in which he mentioned that the private sector need to be engaged at the earliest opportunity. You don't need to wait until the tail end with the loan policy, and that is exactly what we were doing, and developing models which can ensure that policies which are generated are then friendly to the grantees who are benefiting from our intervention. My take on this, and actually very much aligned to what the keynote speaker has talked about, giving the demographics and the parameters and all characteristics of the ASAL areas, mentioning that they constitute 23 counties and they are 80% of the country, and that is where we have the highest poverty, that's where we have the highest food insecurity, and also very vulnerable to drought, and not to mention floods. So how then can we be able to ensure that, for example, technology, because the driving point is technology. The missing link is technology. We have all that, but how we can be able to coordinate so that technology is now used, including use of AI and the big data from weather stations, data from rainfall patterns, from vegetation cover, marrying all that and generating models which then can be fed into machine learning and then AI, so that we can be able to predict and ensure that such pictures which appear here in Kenya, where we have so many percentages as compared to Australia, where we only have 30%.
Absolutely.
Then using that technology and making it available widely and having the youth drive that, then how then we can be able to mitigate against what the keynote speaker has just put across. And then we have structure. We have the MTP every 5 years. We have the CIDPs, County Integrated Development Plans, which have been put in place and which are supposed to drive or to inform, plans which are supposed to be implemented, and how the private sector then could come in and be able to influence even at county planning level, so that you are able also to engage with the MCAs who are in the county assemblies, so that they are able to commit funds to meet different interventions at policy level, but also encouraging investment and giving investors confidence when they put their money there.
Well, David, we'll come back to you. This was just more of a preliminary note, so that at least we have a feel of what you got from Dr. Mujibi. And there's a question here, because Dr. Mujibi said there's a big problem with data.
Yes.
We must count properly. So that's a concern, and that question I need to bring it to you once we come back. But let's move on. Let's move on. We'll come back. We'll come back. But in case you have any questions for David, just start with his name, David, then post your questions. Now, if you're struggling to get to Menti, you can simply scan the QR code. It's on the screen. Or you can go to menti.com. That's menti.com. I can see questions already coming in, but it's menti.com. And the code, once you get there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 55, is that so? 55 98 2063. That's 55 98 2063. Start with the name. The first gentleman who spoke to us, George from Equity Bank, and of course David now, Innovation Research from Ministry of Agriculture. Up next, go ahead.
My name's Khalifa Bey, CEO for Kenya Camelization and Director of the Agriculture Sector Network, ASNET. And I think I will start from the stereotyping of the pastoralism. That is the basic. Because we need to understand pastoralism before doing any interventions. And that is where I think the rubber meets the roads. And of course, the perception that is there outside and within the policymakers is totally the high-risk area, and also the negativity of the production system that they're operating within. So one key thing is that 89% of this land, of our Kenyan land, is arid and semi-arid land. And 70% of our animals that we are talking about here is being hosted in arid and semi-arid lands, and 38% of our population is there. So whenever we talk about that, we need to look at it from the money angle. How much do you think that these moving animals are before we talk of anything? So the other issue is that the perception that is there, negativity and stereotyping through the policy, is that it is a high-risk area for private investment.
Aha, George. I hope that's clear.
So imagine with that land, right now, we don't have anything on livestock that has been done to improve those value chains. And all animals are heading towards Nairobi, which the concentration of most of our slaughterhouses, most of our facilities are based. And right now we are talking about environmental degradation and all that. The last is looking at it from the perspective of utilization of that range resource is only by the pastoral community, because it is dear to their heart, and they're the people who utilize that resource and they know the benefit of it. But from the perspective of the policymakers, it is not a well area for investment. But utilization of it with the animals, you can imagine time immemorial, these people have been living in this environment, and they're utilizing it with the animals, moving around. But right now, we are thinking of introducing conservancies to micromanage the environment. Invasive species is overtaking the whole rangeland resources. And now we are talking about roads and other investment like wind power, which is from the northern part of Kenya, but you will not see light on the other side. So that is the stereotype that we have for the northern part of Kenya, with the big potential investment to improve the livelihood and change the perception of investment towards the northern part of Kenya, which constitute 89% of this land. So mine is just to take from this angle. One is that the potential is to look at it from the backward linkages, where pastoralists should be taken as the center for development.
Wow, just say that again. Just say it again.
Pastoralism is taken as the center for development, where the culture and their tradition defines the interventions. Because it is them who understand what drought. When you tell climate change, they understand more. But not the big data we are talking about giving here, saying that this is the number of animals that you have lost, this number of these, but what does it mean with that animal loss to a pastoral production system? What does it mean? What does the pastoralist say when he has lost that animal? What does the moral economy say? Because they assume that when we look at the poverty, we look at the dollar. But what does the poverty from the pastoral production says? How can I define me as a poor person from the pastoral system? Is it being defined as having animal, or is it being defined as having Kenya shillings in my pocket? How much do you think that for a pastoral poor person can be said? That's why you cannot see somebody claiming that he has lost animals and is poor, because there is a way back of defining that person and ensuring he comes back to the production system and start practicing it. So it is totally different production system, whereby when we are talking about aggregation and the cooperative system that we are talking right now, why can't we look at how the production system is organized through that cooperative, traditional cooperative system of coming back from where they were hit by the drought to where now they are. So there's a different definition or the different meaning within the different setup, but not in the setup of the pastoral production system. So my take for all is that it is a unique system that we need all of us to look at it and put it at a center for development and intervention, because policy we have done, I've worked in the policy for over 17 years right now. We have tried to bring a lot of policies around agriculture, over 59 policy legislation that was speaking to agriculture, to one paper, But today, the problem of Kenya is the implementation part. We have big policy documentation. Right now, I think somebody is talking from Botswana. They are putting question there.
Exactly.
Botswana.
Right.
Just copied what we have been doing here. And what Doc is talking about, quarantine system, right now in Africa, it's only Botswana that has a market, a quota system in European market.
And they copied it from here?
From here. Learned from us. But here, we are talking about investment, but those investment is just political investment, not investment for addressing the real intervention that is supposed to support. So with the youth Belgium that we are seeing, the only place that we can turn this country's economy is investing in production system, in pastoral production system, so that we can absorb these 70% of our youth population that all of us are claiming are the time bomb for our food production and the country itself. Thank you.
Hey, Khalif, a big round of applause for Khalif. If you have any questions, please start with Khalif. And David, I'll come back to you because you spoke about policy, but Khalif is saying there's no implementation. We have a problem there, okay? But Dr. Mujibi, you need to balance what he spoke about. Context.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with what he has said. The truth of the matter is you have to contextualize your solution if that solution is to have traction. If you bring a solution that is not fit for purpose, once you leave, the solution dies. The only way to know that your solution actually works is once you've implemented it and you as the agent of implementation leaves, the solution survives your presence. Then you can know that it is fit for purpose. So yes, I agree that some of the indices we use to measure pastoralism are not right. Some of the things we say people are poor, we count somebody as poor because they are dressed or live in a certain way, but if you do a net present value of their livestock, they are millionaires, right? So when we say people are poor in the north, it might not be right. What does poverty mean? I agree with Khalifa completely. But also the reality of the situation is that we cannot continue to promote systems that are not optimal. Every system must be optimized to operate the way it is designed to operate. Right. The pastoral system has survived millennia. It has been adaptive to the environment. But it also has its weaknesses. And those weaknesses, we see them during droughts. Right? Because we know that everybody is not gifted equally in the north. There are people who have huge herds, and there are people who have few animals. So if I have a herd of 50 animals or 100 animals, and during drought, all that is wiped out, I have to start from zero to build back up. And I definitely will, because I know how to survive in that environment. But why should I go through that? Why shouldn't we have solutions that say, we have predicted a drought is coming.
Right.
We know you're going to have a challenge. We know you value livestock more than the money. Okay? Why don't we take your animals and put them into a livestock bank for you, so that when the drought passes, you come and pick your animals, so that you're not starting from zero.
Okay.
That could be a solution that works.
Okay.
Or how do we liquidate what you have and give it back to you when the conditions are right? Because we don't want having to think about remittances being sent, people walking many kilometers looking for water, and at that time it is not there. So I think the pastoral system has its strengths, which we have enumerated, and which we are saying private sector needs to go in and take advantage, but it also has weaknesses that needs to be strengthened, and one of them is around feed systems. We need to put infrastructure up north. to ensure that feed banking, for example, happens, so that even as we walk, because this is our system, we will always move with animals, we have conveniently placed feed stations, watering stations in places in migratory routes.
Okay.
So that as we continue with our tradition, life is still easier when the climate is misbehaving. That's all we are saying. It must be contextualized. It must be strengthened. We must harness the potential of the rangeland.
Dr. Mujibi, you know, that makes a lot of sense, but I don't know whether it makes a lot of sense to Bwana Khalif. We'll come back to you. But George, there's a question already for you here. Somebody's asking, George, what is the bank doing in terms of supporting livestock farmers to access real-time and long-term weather info? And how do we integrate AI? But it's mostly in terms of, and you can couple it with this, but is that question very clear? Okay, go ahead.
So, let me say, the bank operates in a tri-engine model.
Sorry?
The bank operates in 3 engines. That is the commercial.
Commercial?
Where I sit, and that is where we finance clients.
Right.
We have the non-commercial.
Non-commercial.
Exactly. So that is where we do the social, capacity building in agriculture. We have an entire pillar in agriculture. And then we have the sustainability pillar.
Commercial, social, sustainability.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we have an entire pillar that handles data within the bank. And we have done geotagging of our customers. The bank knows exactly where these farmers are. We know the ecology, we know the locality. So the bank has that repository. So in terms of sharing weather data, I believe it is something that can be done either through a text message. It is something that a farmer can actually be informed about. And remember, the second pillar, which is the social pillar, has a similar footprint, the same way we have branches across the country. So we have somebody there whose work is just to guide and train the farmers. Okay? Their work is not lending, so they are not financing.
Right.
But their work is to do capacity building, is to speak the language of the farmer. It is to speak the local dialect, exactly, so that the farmer understands these dynamics that we are talking about here. So there is no jargon when we move to the farmer. We want to speak the language that is palatable, that is beneficial of these farmers.
Okay.
So the data is there, and I believe with that department of the bank doing what that question is asking, it is not out of reach because the data is there. The bank is digitizing. We have farmers being furnished with this information time and again. So that is something that our second pillar is handling for our farmers.
Okay.
Yeah.
George, thank you so much. Now, Dr. Mujibi, you spoke so confidently, you said we can't count properly. But what I'm hearing from George, they have the data. But I'll come back to you on that. But David, counting, research, innovation, and the point that Khalif raised about implementation. We have policies, but where's the action? What's happening?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think a very pertinent question and concern. And I think this is the beauty of devolution. Because devolution was made with the thought that policies made at national level were supposed to be domesticated at county level so that they capture the county context. So that each county has unique setup, unique resources, and that is where the national policies, when they come to the county in the process of the domestication, which has not been done very well, there are gaps in that. So capturing that moment, the opportunity of domestication, bringing in the private sector so that they bring their issues onto the planning documents and the policies which are being generated at county level, so that we run away from what Khalif have just said. We have so many policies, but most of them are gathering dust. So the point where we can actually turn that into value is during the domestication process. And then the private sector can come and put their issues in those county developed policies and moving forward even into the county development plans, which again are supposed to be driven with a participatory kind of aspect to it, so that all the persons who are affected by that policy are able to calculate their issues on that. And then the other one you talked about are the concepts. Concepts, perception, practices, which have been carried out for so many years in the ASAL areas. But then, most of that have not been domesticated. Most of these, what we refer as technology innovations, are from a bit earlier. But we also have our own practices, our own innovations, which have been able to sustain us for so many years. The breeds that you find in the ASAL counties have been there for many years. They are breeds which have been selected through their own indigenous breeding processes. So that needs, again, to be documented, because that data is very important, because that is what is going to generate models which are going to generate AI solutions, and we can't run away from that. So AI solutions will be driven by data both from outside Kenya and data from inside Kenya, or what we could call indigenous practices, and then that is the missing point. So if we are not able to document that, then the AI solutions which will be used here in Kenya will be alien. They will not serve the purpose that is in Kenya. And I think that is a very good point that Halif has brought out about indigenous knowledge, indigenous perceptions, how we recover from those, even within our own setup. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Many thanks. We want to, Khalif, and of course we'll still come back to your thoughts in terms of what Dr. Mujibi spoke about, this livestock banking. It makes a lot of sense to somebody probably who is not a pastoralist, but from your perspective, does that make sense where, there could be a liquidation kind of process when there's a problem? You can respond to that, just your thoughts about his ideas.
Thank you. I think it's one of the pilot programs that we did some time back, and it yielded a very positive result. And it came from the indigenous knowledge themselves on how they are doing it, because pastoralists know how, where and when to move the animals. And we don't have borders. We cross Somalia, Ethiopia, Uganda. On the other side, animals are coming way even far from Chad to Kenya. We have seen it. And it is just about the information that they normally relay between themselves. And it is very effective. The only thing that later on came and didn't work very well for part of Kenya is due to Somalia conflict. And that's why you see most of the trade right now, Somalia is doing better in trade because most of our animals from the Kenyan side are going towards that side.
I see.
Because of the liquidation. Because of what we call moving money. And it is very easy because somebody is being just told, I'm sending 500 head of sheep to Somalia, but my money should not come to me, give to George. So, and it is very easy to move those money without any transaction cost where we are feeling it. And it is one of the banking and of course non-banking that they are practicing and working, but also is a platform for private investment, private investors, and also the banking now to take that advantage. But all in all, say that is that pastoral production system has a unique and positive thing that we are learning through even changing environment and technology that is going on there. Because right now we have even what we call the mobile elite people who now, they are the ones who are sitting in these big rooms here, but they're investing in livestock. And they're doing big business, but you'll never see them. They're here. They're in the big rooms here. And that's money you'll never see. And then you are complaining here in this town that Somalis are taking over the town. But the money is moving very easily.
Where?
So, positive production, pastoral production system has the positive part of it, and it is a liquidated system that is moving a lot of money, but the banking system will never see it because of those barriers that has been put because one, the bankers on the other side, because of the Sharia laws that most of them are there too, they are not adhering to that. So most of them, they're doing that because of that. But I think the whole issue is where do we put our money? Where do we put our system to work better? And that is at the weakest link is working from the producer, from the consumer back to the producer. What does the market want?
What does the market want? Yeah.
What do market want is an animal that is 5 months old. So anything above 5 months is not going to the market. And that is what, because pastoralists, they are doing business, but people think that they are not doing business. And the information is how are we going to ensure that this information flows? And that information flows is about what is talking about the data. Why we are missing the data is because all our systems are not speaking to each other, silos. Bank, they have a lot of information on
But they're not speaking to the pastoralists.
They are not speaking to the university.
The
The university is not speaking to the banking. The ministries are not speaking to the parcel production system. The counties are not speaking to each other. Now we are losing here. So we have an opportunity to revamp and look it from that angle. And also, it is one of the production systems that can change the economy of this country. With 70% of the animals, we know that we can control over and above 45% of the GDP. Because I can give you an example of only camel milk.
Camel milk?
Only camel milk that is contributing above what cotton value chain is contributing. But look at the investment the government is putting in cotton, versus what is put in the camel. Just check that and come back. Look at what government is putting in pyrethrum, and just look at what the government is putting in livestock. Livestock is becoming orphan because of this stereotyping, negative stereotyping that we have across. Because Doc is putting here about the research, that research speaks to the policymakers. Does it speak to the treasury? Because treasury, whenever we go to defend the budget, the first thing is how much are you contributing? Because they are not seeing it. But they see the value of proposition that the money that's coming to the economy versus what is not coming from the production system, while each and everyone sitting in this forum today can adhere to it that you have taken milk, you have taken meat, and either you are also wearing a shoe coming from the camel, or from the cattle, or from the sheep. So that is our negative stereotyping of investment that we are not giving to the livestock production system. Thank you.
Hey, Khalif, a big round of applause for Khalif. If you have any questions, just put up your hand. I'll be also picking some of the questions from Menti. Any question from the floor, just put up your hand. We'll give you an opportunity. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Your name?
Okay, my name is Mark Ambitho. I'm a research with Infotrack Research and Consulting Company. My question goes to Khalif. From his quotation at Strathmore University, he said that you can't continue to promote systems that are not optimal. And as per the way we look at the systems in the nomadic system of producing livestock, those systems, if you are to do them like that, they are not optimal to compete effectively with countries like Brazil or maybe the ones in Latin America that export maybe to the Middle East and maybe to Europe. If we continue producing in the same system you're saying, in terms of quality, health, and things like that, then we might lag so much behind. So my question to Khalif and to my colleague from Strathmore University is, the two worlds apart, the pastoralists insist that they have to produce in the system the way they've been producing, and they are this new ecosystem of production that makes you competitive. How do you merge these two systems? Because these people seem to be two worlds apart, and nothing on this earth can bring them together. So you can explain for me that.
Thank you. I think one thing is that we have already said we need to look at it from the business perspective. That was my last word, looking at the consumer, moving backward to the production system. Yes, pastoral production is the most effective, but from the eye of a researcher or an InfoTrack researcher from where you're sitting or from or also me, is that we're looking from that angle. But the way right now we are going is that there is a feedlot system that we are trying to promote, where we want to see on how we can optimize and improve our livestock production system. Pastoral production system will be going on. But to caution them from all these losses that we are finding, we are putting strategic feedlots in those counties.
Feedlots, what do you mean?
Feedlot is where an area is fenced very well, put infrastructure, animals are put there, and they are fed for a period of time, and then they are released to the market. That is for the market only. And they are being put, they're being right now moved by, it is being supported by the government. And one of them is what Dr. was talking about, the disease-free zone, which was being put at Bachuma, Taita Taveta Bachuma disease-free zone to promote the livestock export. But live animal trade, that is, of course, from my side, I'm not promoting live animal trade. I want to have our animals to be value-added here, and we move the value-added product from here to get the whole. So what we are saying is that pastoral production system is the way to utilize, and it is the living system that is alive to the situation of utilization of rangelands. But looking at the market, we are trying to improve by ensuring that we are putting strategic feedlot in those counties so that they respond to what Dr. Mujibu has said about now optimization and caution them against this drought that we find. And I'm sorry to say that the data he gave for 2023, 2024, look at the data of 2010, 2011, the worst drought of 60 years, because this one, 2023, 2024 was not the worst drought. We just missed the rain for 2 years. But for the 2010, 2011, look at the figures that we have lost compared with what we have lost now, 2023, 2024. You can see now we are working towards reducing those losses. Because there is a perception change that now the pastoral system itself, they are looking at it, and some of them want to go those business way, that mobile elite team that we are calling them, because they are going to school and they're looking at how to make money, and now they want to change their traditional system now to the business perspective. So we have many ways that are coming up, and we are going to use what you are calling about optimization. But pastoral production system is the most effective utilization of the range resources that we have.
Okay.
Range resources we have.
Okay, but Khalif, before we move on, you know, what I got from Dr. Mujibi, he was comparing Kenya to Australia. So I'm wondering, so far, because Australia happened in 2017, right? 2017. This happened in 2023, right? What is it that you have picked or can pick from the Australian experience without necessarily interfering with the traditional aspect of pastoral production?
One thing is that the indigenous knowledge is improving a lot, and is changing also the perception of the pastoral communities compared with now our knowledge base that we are getting from what Dr. is talking about, the county. Because now this is a function that is evolved.
Right.
Agriculture is evolved, now is the county interventions, and most of the counties now, because they have the money and they intervene very fast. So if it's about fodder production, counties, because of their people, they are the ones who are now very effective in responding to sending the fodder, water, and this, and reducing the intensity of loss that we have been seeing earlier before in 2010, 2011, when the counties were not there, but it was a centralized government system that all decision is being made at this level. So counties are responding mostly, with the exception that yes, we have some inadequacies, some missing linkages within the counties, and also, of course, the budgeting processes that is not towards the agriculture, because they are looking for the quick wins within the counties. The second is that there is a lot of investment by development partners in the pastoral areas. And we take cognizance of that because most of these development partners and the funding by development partners through the national government and the county government is taking a very positive trajectory on addressing those pastoral cultural systems that inhibit their production system by linking them to the market. There is some of the programs, they call it a livestock market system, whereby they're interlinking pastoral production with marketing system, where they're changing the perception. Because right now, if you tell me as Khalif to sell a camel, it will be a nightmare. From my perspective, which I've gone even to university. Because that is my livelihood. But you are telling me before it dies, sell, I better see it die than sell it.
Is it? Come on, please explain. Explain. You know, you understand it better, but I mean, for us, we're thinking, come on, it's going to, just sell it.
So, one is that because that is what I grew with it. And it has an attachment with me. So when you are telling me to offload it, first thing I will look at it is offloading my livelihood. But from the perspective of education that I have been exposed to now, I see it is better I sell the way Doc has said, but not put that money in the account, but put that money again in getting another camel. So that is where now the missing link is between our education system, our research system, and our policy system, that we are not looking at it. So from now, the development partners, the government, the county government, there's a lot of now, I say that, speaking to each other and understanding each other and bringing what to us from the education system we have not learned. Coming out because they are seeing it is their livelihood, but how can I protect that livelihood is getting this money, but this money will buy for you the next camel after this drought. So not that I'm putting this money in the bank to grow for you the interest, no. So you can imagine from that perspective. Because he sees you understanding him more than telling him interest. And that is where now we are saying that, can we speak their language? So that they understand this market needs this, but this money is going to give you the same animal you want later after the drought. And I think what the Australia you ask and the Kenyan, I think we are at the formative stages. Where the Australia is right now and where the Kenya we are, comparison is totally a different thing. But we are going towards that because we are a country that is developing. We are a country that still we have a lot of system and structure that are not working and is not responding effective. But we are working towards that because our technical guys at the ministries, our development partners, our research institutions right now are supposed to combine and bring them to the policy makers to speak on how those stereotype negative on the pastoral system one can work. Because like, I can give you an example of now, Prosopis julifora, which was introduced some time back. It's just to respond on the issue of deforestation across the Assal. But what is now happening in the Assal, it is becoming an invasive species. Right now we have the best grass, Maasai love grass, you know. It is nowhere to be found. But what are the policymakers now promoting? It is called Juankao grass, which we have not seen. Is it the same invasive species that we are coming eat from outside, while we have the Maasai love grass that can do within our system and respond? So those are the issues that our research need to speak to the policymakers and advise, because the value of crude protein within the Juankao grass and our super Napier grass, plus our love Maasai grass, if you look at it, what is it that we are lacking that we are bringing what is exotic to our environment? Because already we have learned with Prosopis julifora. Do you want us to learn again with the worst that we have not seen? Please, thank you.
David, please respond to that. I mean, and by the way, are you speaking the language of the pastoralists when you're coming up with all these policies?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're leaving us?
Yeah, sorry.
But you'll still be here, right? Okay, fantastic. A big round of applause for Khalif. Thank you so much indeed. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, a quick one just to respond to what David has said that we have what we would term as indigenous knowledge and what sometimes we can call in summary as indigenous teams. Technology, innovation, management practices, as well we have what we are referring to as new innovations which are coming in. And I think the opportunity for Africa and for Kenya is how to be able to crossbreed the two, so that we are going to get data from indigenous practices, for example, what is just mentioned, about our breeds, our grazing patterns, our disease control methods, our GMPLAS or genetics, our indigenous forage and pastures, salting areas and all that. That is almost indigenous. As well, we have other types of practices which are exotic, which are brought into the country, and that is then where we have the greatest opportunity. Because for Kenya now, we can crossbreed the two. Indigenous, collect the indigenous data, marry it with the data from conventional data which is coming from outside Kenya.
Right.
And come up with a model which can actually optimize our local context. And with that, I think we can leapfrog. We can really jump our production systems and maximize and ensure that actually our potential, we achieve what we want. We can double it, just like was given the example in the morning by the minister, that using technology, you can double the coffee production, up to double that. And I think the same thing can be applied even in the pastoral areas. Using these technologies, crossbreeding between new and indigenous, and coming up with AI solutions, technology now, then we can actually for sure be able to really get very far. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, David. We're coming to the close of this particular engagement because of time. I'll just go through the questions that are coming in via Menti. But before that, any questions from the floor before we close? Any questions, any comments? You have a comment, you have a discovery. Okay, thank you so much. That's one. Let's take a couple of them, and then we just ask them all together. So one question, comment, idea. Just put up your hand so that we can deliver the microphone to you. Are we able to get one more microphone? Any other person? Fantastic. Two. Any other person? Any other person? We're about to close, and then we'll take the questions via Menti. Okay, we've got another one. Let's get the microphone. Let's start here, then we'll go. You're fantastic. Those are three. Okay, let's start here.
Thank you, the panelists. My name is Nkai Karbolo. I'm working at Cereal Growers Association, but professionally as an animal nutritionist. Like Mr. Khalif have said, pastoralism and nomadism is a passion that we as pastoralists have grown with these animals. And the best way for our country is to integrate and to speak to these farmers or pastoralists on their issues and how to work and cope with drought resistance breed, or also find a way of supporting farmers in increasing milk and yield and milk and meat for the purpose of market. So that is the reason why we need such strategies to handle drought, so that we can reach to the bank and give our money. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Rosemary. I'm a consultant in research, and I've done a lot of work in the same as Hal areas. My question is about innovations that you are coming up with to deal with the issue of drought, because we need to come up. I'm seeing the conversation is about innovation. I wanted to find out what innovations are we currently having, so that we can be able to tackle the issue of drought.
Thank you. I'd said earlier, I'm Halima Nenkari from the State Department for Livestock Development. I just wanted to add my voice on the issue of the rangelands. One of the biggest challenges is that our rangelands is heavily degraded. You've heard of the Madenge, you've heard of the Opuntia in Laikipia, and many other invasives, the Ipomea in Kajiado. Those are the threats, and they are coming as a result of the degraded rangelands. So if we sort out the degradation, we sort out 90% of the feed, because that is where the feed initially comes from. the many farmers in Githunguri doing dairy and in other high potential areas are receiving pastures from the arid and the rangelands. So how much is being invested in those rangelands to ensure that the productivity increases? So for me, forage, yes, is the #1 challenge, but it is the solution. So as long as the rangelands remain the way they are, we have no business talking about any other investment, because the pastoralists, you're not begging them to keep livestock. That is part of their life. But as long as there is no investment, either by government, by development partners on the development of the rangelands, restoration, rehabilitation, we really have nothing to discuss before then. Thank you.
Tough one there from Halima. Thank you so much indeed. So, dear panelists, I'd kindly request that you pick a couple of questions that you can respond to as I give you an opportunity, probably 5 minutes, as you also give us your final remarks. But let me read out some of the questions here. We may not take all the questions. And by the way, there's somebody who asked me a question. Let's just handle it very quickly. There's a question to the MC. Just a quick break right there. Down, yeah. To MC, how sure are we that all the questions asked will be answered? Who is that? We want to start with your question. Who is that? Who posted that question? We want to start with your question. But anyways, just to let you know, this Menti platform is absolutely important. If you have any question, any comments, please post them. It's a dialogue. That's why this one is here. We'll just answer a couple of questions, but as long as you've posted, we'll definitely take note of it. All right, let's look at some of the questions. Let's go down. The ones that have specific names. Khalif is not here yet. Let's go down. George, there's George. That one we answered. Dr. Mujibi, yeah, Dr. Mujibi. What are the reasons why there is poor vet investment in pastoral lands, yet we view them as livestock production zones? Dr. Mujibi, clear? Excellent. Let's move on to another question. That's for Khalif again. That's a Khalif again. Okay, all right. So maybe we can just read, and David, because you're into research and innovation, in case a question comes up and you think you can handle, that was directed to Khalif, please feel free to jump in. So Khalif, how can smallholder pastoralists affordably adopt drought-tolerant breeds and supplemental feeds to increase milk and meat yields by 15 to 30% without exacerbating overgrazing? Is that a question, David, you want to tackle? Okay. Let's move on to another one. Is there another? Okay. Why can't the government get a long-term solution for problems in northern Kenya on pastoralism? So David, you have a bit of work right there. Another one, let's look at another one. Equity. Mana George, how do you empower a small poultry or pastoralist who has never put pen to paper for input-output evaluation to be able to access finance? Clear enough? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Any other question that we can pick for now? Okay. All right. We'll take those ones very quickly because of time. It's already 28 minutes. We're supposed to end by 4:30 with latest 5 p.m. So we'll start with you, Bwana George. Bwana George, over to you.
So thank you very much. From the question, firstly, I mentioned that each and every branch of Equity has a lender and a trainer, somebody to handhold any customer who visits any of our branches. And since we also don't work alone, we are proficient in financial issues, but when it comes to, say, livestock technical knowledge, we also work with other partners. And when you look at, for example, on poultry value chains, we have buyers that you already know who will buy, say, broilers after 40 or 30 days, okay? And they would offer technical support, and hold this farmer, provide the inputs, but the farmer needs to be supported financially. So what we do is that we shall guide the farmer at our level. We have somebody at the branch who's able to guide this farmer in his language, that this is how much, say, a cow may consume, 3% of the weight and all that. But ultimately, since we want to journey together,
Right.
we want to have a relationship, we would also work with a partner who would support this farmer in this journey, so that as we support him financially,
right.
He's also not stagnant in terms of the technical know-how. So we shall work together, or we work together with other partners who also provide technical skills to make it easy for this farmer to plan, to make it easy for this farmer, to be fit for purpose, and to ensure that even once they have these inputs, or once they have these finances, we are also able to synchronize these payments
Right.
properly, not to burden this farmer. And that is one, if you allow me, one of the innovative ways that the bank has in terms of financing, that there are some facilities that farmers will not pay monthly. For example, when you are finishing and fattening livestock, there are others like broiler farming that the farmer pays once in 60 days. So we are able to design a solution that speaks to the need of this farmer without overburdening them.
Okay.
So when it comes to other innovative solutions, at that segment of the farmer level, at the production level, we would want to, move the farmers towards a digital solution.
Right.
Which means when the farmer has, when we work with the anchor to get this data, and we've talked about data quite a lot
Exactly,
here.
yep.
The anchors have data for these farmers, and we can leverage on this data to ensure that we understand how heavy a farmer is punching, so that we can curate a solution that works for them, whether revolving in a month or in 2 months, something that the farmer can depend on for the rest of the year. So when you look at some of the structured off-takers with this data, then it means that we can rely on this data to score these farmers, put them on a digital platform, and be able to support the farmers in a cyclic manner, so that by the end of the year, somebody has done 4 or 5 cycles of broiler. Somebody has already fattened sheep and goats, for twice or thrice within the year. Somebody has also fattened his bulls. Somebody has bought, forage and hay and concentrates. Somebody has also vaccinated their animals, dewormed their animals. So we are speaking that language in terms of what do we avail to these farmers. So the contract that they get from the off-takers is very important to the bank, because it attests that they are already in the business. They have already invested significantly into the business. So we are just, having a shot in the arm, giving them a little impetus to scale and to be able to, intensify their production. Yeah.
All right, a big round of applause for George. Thank you so much. David, over to you.
Thank you very much, MC. I'll address 2 questions. One that you read through about the smallholder producer who can be able to manage and be able to survive despite the drought challenges. And I would say that one of the low-hanging fruits is to bring on board breeds which can be able to tolerate the dry conditions, but at the same time becoming productive, and that is possible through breeding programs. Breeding programs can be able to achieve that, and they can be able to achieve that, for example, within 80 years. 80 years will have got improved breeds over time, so that by the 8th year, you already have a breed which combines both productivity and tolerance. It has both genes from the local animals, which has also been crossbred with genes from outside the country or other places where the productivity has been developed over time or has been selected as a trait. And this brings the issue of, breeds such as the Girando, just to mention one, apart from what we have here, of course, the Borans and the Saiwals, but a breeding program that would actually be able to deliver. And then that calls for the counties to go out of their way to develop policies or to develop strategies, include that in their CIDPs, so that they create a conducive environment for entrepreneurs to run with some of these interventions. And a good example comes into mind, the current intervention where they are doing disease control through vaccination, and countries have embraced that. So counties kind of need to identify, embrace what the national government is doing, and domesticate it at their level. And that will go a very long way in changing the entire economies and the returns from our livestock sector. The same thing also applies to the development partners. Development partners have been able to do a lot of interventions, and some of the lessons learned, they kind of like it's a proof of concept. They are able to use, for example, 6 billion shillings to actually do an intervention, but most of that are almost at experimental level. What the counties need is to scale that up using their budget to the extent that some counties might have almost 10 times of what the development partners have pumped to be able to come up with an improvement of so many livelihoods in so many households. So that is already proved. So the counties need to find a way on how then they can escalate that, scale that, so that again they are very sure of the returns, and maybe that would be one way of improving the smallholder returns despite drought, despite having breeds which are not able to produce as much as they would wish. The other question came from Rosemary, who was asking about innovations. And being that Rosemary is a youth from my own observation, then one of the things which would be very attractive is the use of data to develop what we would call as user cases, where you can use the data to develop IT solutions, for example, which can be able to give farmers alerts when droughts are almost due, be able to give farmers alerts on what to do at a particular time of the year, whether they need to vaccinate their animal or to deworm their animal. And user cases would be one of the innovations which comes very close, or is one which an innovation which is being encouraged and which uses data and is not is more welcoming to the youth. Other examples including pelleting of fodder, baling of hay, as simple as baling of hay. Once you bale the hay, that is an innovation because it avoids that loss that would have happened if the hay was not baled. And the other point that was including the issues of irrigation, how we can be able to irrigate different parts of the asphalt. Sometimes those areas have very high water tables and you just need a small sinking of a borehole, and that you can be able to get going. And I think the other thing which makes the asphalt areas not very conducive, I think is attractive for guys wanting to provide animal health services, is lack of amenities such as connectivity, roads, electricity, and all that. But with the emergency of solar panels to provide electricity, I think now that becomes an issue. You can no longer talk about not having electricity. Internet coverage and all that is available. And at this moment, with the devolution, more roads have been tarmacked at the county level. And that increases the possibility of people venturing to provide animal health services in those counties, which initially were almost a no-go zone for most of these practitioners.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
David, a big round of applause for David. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Dr. Mutibi, over to you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll address a range of questions. Mwakazi, how much money do you have in your bank right now?
Right now?
What's your bank balance?
My bank balance?
Yes.
I just need to check online.
What is it?
You want me to share right now?
Yes.
My friend, Dr. Mujibi.
Can you? I mean, that is what we're asking pastoralists. We go to there and ask, how many animals do you have? How many animals do you have?
It's like asking them how much money you have in your...
Exactly. It's like counting children. And in some cultures, we don't count children.
Wow.
You understand? That's the reason why we have a counting problem. Part of the reason we have a counting problem is that there is no incentive for me to tell you how many animals I have. What are you going to use that information for? Right? I don't know where you're taking that information. I don't want KRA at my door tomorrow because I have 1,000 animals. I've told you I have 1,000 animals and you are from the government. Tomorrow I'll see knock on the door. We heard you sold so many animals. How much tax are you paying? Well, we know agriculture stuff is not, you know, there's VAT not on that. But people fear those things. That contributes to the data problem. The other thing is that everybody, for businesses, their business models live in the data. So if I go to Equity Bank and say, Equity, please share with us your data, they'll probably say no. Right?
George, is that true?
Yeah, they'll say no.
Okay.
Business
George,
models live in that data. Now, Africans have got this weird thing that we don't like sharing data. When I went to school, everybody was sharing data. Private institutions, farmers, I will go to a farmer place and I'll get 10,000 records from a farm. Records from 10,000 animals. And so if I'm developing a product to improve, say, feed efficiency for farmers, the farmers are giving me the information. Why? Because they know once I do my research, the product I'm giving them for selecting more efficient animals is serving them. So the farmers actually paid me to use their data to provide solutions for them. On the African continent, it's separate. It's different. Around 2007, I went to Brazil to visit those farms. Those are massive farms. Massive farms. One thing we know for sure is that systems are going to change. Khalif is here.
Khalif?
Things will change. Pastoralism will not remain the way it is. This is a look from a crystal glass. If we know that it will change. If you look at Transmara, just the other day, maybe 15 years ago, Transmara were transhuman. They were practicing transhumans, pastoralism, moving around. Now they're sedentary, semi-sedentary. Kajiado here is largely becoming sedentary, right? Why? The value of land is going up. We know that pastoralism is not going to survive the demographic change that is coming.
Khalif.
We know that. How long that takes, we don't know. With all these TikToks and these chat GPT things, our children are becoming smarter, better at taking up different skill sets than us. And so very soon, people will find that they can actually live a life without having to depend on livestock, right? And that will mean that the lifestyle that a lot of the farmers have had is going to go away. How fast, I don't know, but I believe it will be rapid. So let me go back to the data thing and say, data is a big problem.
Right.
The lack of sharing of data is a big problem. Number two, most people are collecting data, and that data cannot talk to each other. In fact, even if two organizations wanted to share data, they measured the same thing using very different standards, so that when you want to stitch that data together, it's not working. It actually means different things, just because it was there was no standardization in the data collection. So one of the things we are doing at Strathmore is to develop standards, operational standards, data governance systems, data collection frameworks, to allow people to collect data in a way that it's interoperable, right? Meaning you can cross-share, okay? You can stitch it together, and you can collaborate. Now, one of the things I was talking about, our community of practice at Strathmore, it's called the Agricultural Markets Data for Investment and Growth. What it does is to say, you have a piece of the puzzle, I have a piece of the puzzle, the other person has a puzzle. If we put our data together, it speaks one language. We will be able to see the full picture. But that means that you must have very tight data governance protocols. We've developed that. We have tested that with about 40 organizations that have joined their community of practice. And some of the commercial partners, some of the private companies have come back and say, we didn't know that. You've actually helped us to see the picture. We are happy to give you more data to analyze for us and share with other people. The other thing I'll say is, there was a question about vet systems in the north. Why don't we have enough vets in the north?
Right.
So apart from being a researcher, I'm also an entrepreneur, and I have a business up in the north, right, with farmers. And one of the things that we had to do is, when we went to this county, there was only about 3 to 4 county vets.
3 to 4?
Vets. In a county with over 300,000 people. So already there's a problem. And then a lot of our vets are trained for large stock. Okay? Our vets are trained for cattle, mostly sheep and goats. Now, if you're doing poultry, you're doing pigs, most of the vets don't understand those systems. So what we did is we picked the vets and took them through a retraining for small stock. So there's a big problem in counties in that the employment of vets is not matching with the need. I think the budgets are not allowing them perhaps to invest very much in new extension stuff. So there's a problem there. And I think that's where private sector practitioners come. Now, the challenge with private sector driven extension in an area where we have what we call demand-driven extension is that for me to come to your farm, you have to pay for me service and you have to pay for me transport, right? And if I have 10 chickens and I have to pay transport, I have to pay service, how much am I paying? It's not even worth the value of the chickens. So you have a problem right there. And so one of the things that Strathmore is looking at, and an innovation, is to say, how do we develop systems that bridge that gap? How do you develop systems that bridge the gap? Because we know the physical extension might be a challenge. Can we bring digital solutions? What we so-called phygital systems. And we are now exploring AI-based extension services, exploring to say, can a farmer have a phone that he can speak to and it can answer all the questions that the farmer has?
Wow.
Okay?
That's it.
So you have a conversational AI platform.
Using your phone.
Using your phone that allows you to ask questions in your local language so that then the system is able to do what? To answer you for the most. And then if it is something like a postmortem that is needed, that's when the vet comes, right? Obviously, that goes back to data. These models must be trained. The AI models must be trained. And you need a lot of training data. You need a lot of data, contextualized data, which means data collected in Kenya, data that is accurate, data that is specific to that community, right? And that costs a lot of money. So these are some of the things we are doing. We are in early days to do that. And I think it will go towards helping.
Fantastic. Big round of applause for Dr. Mujibi. Thank you so much. And David and George, one final comments challenge from the one and only Khalif is here. Talk to us as we close.
Thank you. I think pastoralism is the livelihood that will transform this country. And I will echo what Doctor is talking about, the Maasai in Transmara that now are semi-sedentary. But you can imagine the Maasais that right now are grazing the animals in Nairobi City. So this is one of the key failures of the policies that were driven by the structural adjustment program in the 80s, where the ranching system was now put into the
communities and subdivision has happened, and now you can see the livelihood being affected, whereby you can see now one of the pastoral community now is livelihood has been distorted with all the education system we have. So I can just say that one thing, pastoralist is the key driver of this country economical development. It is only changing the perception toward investment, has already been put by many, and ensuring that livestock at the national level is being funded to respond to current issues. And research plus the MDS and the county government to invest in data, because data will give us where the investment is going to happen. And private sector won't just a catalyst. They want to see where, when I put my shilling, I can get 3 out of it. And I'm sorry to say is that right now, as we are speaking, we are importing blood meal for our fertilizers, but almost outside there we have the potential to even export the blood meal, hides and skin from this country and make more foreign exchange. So with that I say investment is in pastoral production. Let us change our perception and ensure that right investment for the pastoral production system to ensure that our youth, our women, and our livelihood is going to be changed with the animals that we have, because we have the largest number of animals in East Africa. And as already told you, the moderator, is that the only camel for milk is contributing more and above what cotton and pyrethrum is doing, and you can look at it. Thank you, and I appreciate a lot for your
Wow, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Khalif, Father George, Equity Bank, Makofi Agribusiness, David, thank you so much. Dr. Mujibi, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our engagement today. Please, 2 points of information. Number 1, do we have the QR on the screen? Just to give you a glimpse of what will be happening tomorrow. So just scan that QR code and you will get all the details you need about tomorrow's event. As we said, tomorrow we need to be here, start at 7:30, so that by 8:30 we're able to kick off in good time. Loaded engagement tomorrow. Finally, tea will be served just as you visit the exhibition spots, okay? Please visit. I saw some black soldier flies, my goodness. We've got some big drones. I mean, you're talking about drones? Come on, you've not seen them.